This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Two, hello. Two, check, hello. Lucid, thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate that, Lucid. Thank you. I would ask you how the stream was, but I was watching a lot of it.
You can count
I thought it was
on me.
excellent.
You're gonna have good old.
You don't
Rob
even need to tell me how it
talk you
was.
through all this.
I'm so close. I'm almost there.
I don't know what all that was. It was like I was trying to do that bit, like when, you know, if someone walks in, you're trying to look like nonchalant. But then you don't, when you're thinking about it, you don't know what that looks like. You know? I thought it was very funny. Thank you, Risk Inverse. I appreciate that. And thanks also to Bleep Lord. Bleep Lord, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. I'm going to go make some pasta. Please enjoy, Lucid. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you. Bleep Lord, thanks for the 5 gifted
You
subs.
can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to
We've
talk
got
you through all this.
Dakadoon with a
Let's go
25
2 years
stream
TRRS
streak.
drums.
We're still doing that. We got Dr. Awesome with a 25 stream streak. We got Sean. Thank you, Sean, for 34 months in Tier 1 for all your contributions in the community. Very, very
You've
close
just
to
become
the
an
elite
member of the
my.
Friendship Triangle.
Very close to the elite 36-month, 3-year sub badge, Sean, and no one deserves it more than you. Waldo's, thanks for the Prime. 24 months of Prime. Waldo's with the brand new badge as well, the 2-year sub badge. Wonderful. Wonderful. Waldo's, thanks for that. Thanks for the Prime and for all the support. Thanks, Risk Inverse, for 5 gifted subs as well. Risk Inverse, my goodness. What a wonderful start to the stream. My gosh. My gosh. Thank you very much, Risk Inverse, and thanks to all. Close to a hype train now. Do you like my shirt? My shirt is a it's a women's Costco shirt. It's like a women's Costco fleece. I like it. I think it looks good on me,
You
and
can
it's
count
comfortable.
on me. You're gonna have good
and
old
it's very
Rob
warm.
to talk you through all this.
You know, I like it. Who cares what who it was made for? Boogie Bills. Thanks for the gifted sub. Very first gifted sub in the community from Boogie Bills. Thank you, Boogie Bills. I have a Costco jacket that I love way more than I thought I would. I'm not a big Costco guy. I don't know. But I was handed down this shirt, and I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't really want this. I don't really want this. I don't think I can pull off a women's fleece from Costco. But I put it on, and I was like, all right. This is kind of working for me. I kind of like this. Make sure to wear it with an undershirt. Maybe do risque without. Yeah, you wouldn't. That would be intense. That would be very intense. So we do have a hype train, folks. I mean, usually I'm not really, pitching this stuff too hard early on in the stream. We do have a little hype train going. We got a couple subs. if you can, subscribe to TRRS. If you can, no pressure. I'm not telling you what to do. But as you know, the only way that this show stays on the air is through the contributions and the generosity of the wonderful TRRS community members. If you can, please subscribe. Help keep this show on the air. Get these hype train emotes. Get all the TRRS emotes. Some of the very best emotes on this platform besides the Lucid Fox stream emotes. Whole lot of great things going on when you subscribe to this channel and you support this channel. Whole lot of benefits to that. To say nothing of your place in the friendship triangle system. That's Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down clout tiered reward system. It's the only one, and it's not a cult, and it's not a pyramid scheme. And when I do hit the sub goal, I think this might be a new thing. I don't know. But when I do hit the sub goal, I've got a little something. I've got a little something that can be possibly worn. I don't know. I have to do I'm doing a serious interview later, and I don't think that I should be wearing cat ears when I do that. I don't think that I should be wearing cat ears when I do that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Cat ears are professional, though.
Cat ears are very professional. That is true. It depends on what profession, I guess. It depends on what profession. Thank you, Quiet185, for 17 months tier 1. It would be funny showing up in if you got invited to a question period with Justin Trudeau or in the White House press briefing or whatever. Talking about shattering barriers. You're the first cat boy journalist to ask a question of a major elected official. What if I get to go to Venezuela and talk to Maduro? I could be the first international cat boy journalist talking to heads of state. Diego, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate all the support, Diego. We got 42 seconds left. Listen, I'll put and I hate this, just to be clear. We got 30 seconds left. As long as this hype train's going on, because this is such a wonderful start to the stream, I can keep this on for the next 20 seconds, or we can keep it going. I don't know. It's totally up to you. It's totally up to you, chat.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Anon, for the gifted sub. Very kind of you. Thank you, Anon. Thank you, Riskinverse.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thanks, Riskinverse, for 500 bits. Very cool. I appreciate that very much. And thanks, Quiet185, for 3 gifted subs as well. Thank you. Thank you, Quiet185. So I see the real freaks in the chat when I see people that respond to the cat ears bribes. When I tie some kind of financial incentive into being a cat boy, and all of a sudden people in the chat are like, well, where's my wallet? Where's my information here? Where's my credit card? Where's my social security number? Whatever it is, whatever you want. Instantly rushing around trying to figure it out. Yeah, I see you. You're all going on a list. I'm putting you on the list. The hot list. That's right. That's the list that I was referring to. And now with the report on Gaza, the Canadian guy with cat ears. Exactly. Yeah. It's why it's funny. I've got these weird right-winger guys like digging up Dan Crenshaw replies for 2018 to try and embarrass me. It's like there's plenty of current stuff you can use to embarrass me if that's what you want to do. You know? You don't need to find replies from 2018 and debate whether I understand what the word eyeless is and like how many eyes Dan Crenshaw has. Like there's more than enough material out there. If you want to find something to embarrass me with, there's more than enough. I've given people more than enough material to work with if you want to find something to humiliate me and embarrass me, you know? I don't know. You don't need to find replies from 2018, is what I'm saying. Isn't Dan Crenshaw bad to those people now? I don't know. He's probably like a rhino or whatever. He's probably like a liberal, according to that crowd. I still hang out with this guy. He's debated in the Corden suit so many times it's a meme when Chuds pointed out. Yeah. Corden, I know the I love that they brought up the MS-13 tweet. It's like, what's the point of that? What is the point that that's supposed to prove? You know, what is that supposed to prove? I'm talking about like anti-Semitism on college campuses, and they're like, oh, well, what about this? What about this banger tweet from 2018? Do you know what it is, though? It's that they don't understand what humor is or satire, and a lot of these, like, what level of hype train do we need to get a meow? I'd say if we get to the next level, I would be willing to consider that again. We got a minute left, though. I don't know. And you listen, there's a clip of me meowing in these fucking ears now, like forever. So it's like you can go back to that at any time. Are you still wearing cat ears? No, that's not correct. I'm not, actually. Anyway, the reason they pull up that MS-13 tweet, though, is they don't understand what like humor or satire is or any of that stuff. And a lot of people, like right-wingers, when they got mad at that tweet,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
They think that the point of that tweet is MS-13 good. MS-13 is good,
me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's what they think that means, you know, because they don't understand. I don't understand how it's a this you. I mean, that's the thing. It's not like it's a deleted tweet or anything like that. Bon, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, Bon. And thank you, Pizzicata, as well, for the gifted sub. Thank you, Pizzicata. Yeah. That's it. That's what they think it means. They think that I'm someone that just, like, I think that, like, MS-13 is good. And I do, obviously. That is correct. That is correct, but, you know, that's not the point. That's not the takeaway that they should be taking away. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's a tweet that I have not deleted. It's like, yeah, that's something that I said. I thought it was funny then, and I still continue to think that it's funny. I explained in great detail in the Fox News article about this, like what my intention was with making that tweet, and the relationship between like who has power. Is it people in the Republican Party, or is it this El Salvadorian prison gang? You know, who has done more damage? Who has a higher body count? You know, I explained this very clearly, but they don't seem to get it. Yeah, you're the guy in the town hall meeting. I think that MS-13 is good. The dude standing up with cat ears. Someone should make that meme, actually. Very silly. Very silly stuff. a gang that was started in LA and exported by the US to destabilize El Salvador further. Yeah, they should probably clarify that. Like, is MS-13 voting to, like, allow chemical companies to, like, have runoff into, like, drinking water in people's communities? No, they're not doing that. They do some bad stuff, certainly. You know, no one's saying that they don't. Overall, though, if you stacking bodies, you know, who's worse? Who's done more damage? Not just to America, but around the world. Did MS-13 invent fucking neoliberalism? No. No, they didn't. Okay, that's enough of those for now. Thank you very much, chat, for supporting the show and supporting the content that I make here. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it, chat. Don't recognize this human streamer. I'm sorry. In grad school, I worked closely with one of the people who started MS. After meeting him, I agree with Rob's tweet completely. Well, up the Reds, like, you do a lot of work, like, in the whole, like, the immigration world, right? Like, that's... I imagine so, yeah. And, you know, like any gang, you have to understand why these gangs form. And these gangs are often forming by people that are being victims of imperialism, victims of, like, colonial oppression. And I don't think we talk enough about, like, people in the US, like people of color especially, who are still victims of colonialism. You know? Because they're living in, like, deliberately underdeveloped, deliberately drug addicted communities. We know, like, talk about another thing Republicans have been responsible for. Pumping drugs into these communities and feeding into these gangs in the first place. You know? That's when these gangs form, because they're in these, like, militarily occupied communities, marginalized communities with very little unemployment, no resources, nowhere for, like, kids to go and be kids with one another. They're victims of mass incarceration. Families are destroyed and broken up because of mass incarcerations. Yeah, so the people join gangs. It's, like, actually a pretty normal thing. It's a pretty understandable thing. It's a totally understandable phenomenon. They formed in LA because there was a terrible racism from the white supremacist gangs and police in LA, but you repeat yourself. And organized to protect one another. Yeah, I mean, this is how these gangs form. And who's responsible for the systemic issues that lead to the creation of gangs like MS-13? It's not, you know, they don't just form in a vacuum. It's because of political decisions. Because of political actors. I'm in a gang too. That's right. We're a gang, and we solve our disputes using dance. Yeah, exactly, up the Reds. Like, racism against the El Salvadorian communities that fled the U.S. imperialism in El Salvador. Like, there's a direct connection between funding Contras and death squads in places like El Salvador, leading to this absolute chaos, fueling civil wars, funding these absolute CIA-trained lunatics, torturing and murdering people, creating an immigration crisis, creating this huge mass immigration situation of people from El Salvador that's settled in the U.S., where they become victims of police violence and state violence there, leading to the formation of gangs. It's okay. This guy says America isn't as bad as our enemies. I mean, that's like just the ultimate lib take. I mean, that's, if you want to admit that that America does bad stuff. This is as far as you can go with it. America sucks, but all its enemies suck considerably more. And he's got a Taiwan flag and a Ukraine flag. I'm surprised he doesn't have an Israel flag as well. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, sure, America's bad, but all the other guys are worse. That's why America needs to continue doing all the bad stuff. It's just the most pathetic. Like, you might as well just not even admit that America sucks at that. Like, obviously, this person doesn't think America sucks. This person loves America. Of course he doesn't think America sucks. He supports the American government in all its endeavors around the world. In Ukraine, in Taiwan, he obviously supports Israel as well. He says it right in the tweet below. He says, I'm a simp for the liberal hegemony that America created. So you don't think America sucks then. You think America's great. You think America's wonderful. Don't pretend you think America sucks. You love America. Just admit that. It's so cowardly. Just admit it. Just admit that you love America, okay? Sounds like Robert Evans, but he's too cool to sport flags in bio. This is the anarchist opinion, right? Of course, America's so terrible. America's done all these terrible things, but Russia and China are worse, so not much we can do. Remember when Justin Ling was telling you that Canada was better because we're trying to fix mistakes of the past or something? Just embarrassing. Just absolutely embarrassing. We used to be bad, but now we don't do the bad stuff anymore. But what if we did, though? What if that wasn't true at all? What if we did still do the bad stuff? I love America, says Cho Cha Cha. Well, good for you. I'm not a big fan, personally. I'm not a big fan. Sorry if this offends. EU, Ukrainian, Taiwan, globe emoji. It's one of the most cursed flag combinations you can possibly have. Sure, I've never been to either place or talked to anyone from there, but U.S. intelligence tells me China is killing Muslims. Exactly. I saw that Drew Pavlu guy, the guy that's the China watcher who claims now that who seems to truly honestly believe that he was reincarnated and that his previous life he was killed in Tiananmen Square. And I saw a tweet from this guy just the other day saying like all these Arab countries they don't support the West's accusations of Uyghur genocide because they're being paid. They're just being paid to not support it. They're being bribed to not support it. And it's just like, whoever is still carrying this torch now, I understand at one point it was difficult to have these conversations. At one point it was maybe tricky. It's like, it's time to let it go now. It's time to let it go. Okay, it's over now. Genuinely stunned there's no Israel flag on there. Yeah, me too. Seriously. It's there in spirit. The Israel flag is there in spirit. I mean, listen, if you make what he said, I am a simp for the liberal hegemony that America created. Well, Israel's part of that. So you can't say, "Oh, I'm a simp for the liberal hegemony that America created," but not support Israel. You do support Israel if that's what you say. There's some weird people out there, man. There's some weird people. Maybe his family was pulling him out of the way of some tanks and being like, yeah, sorry, he's just like this. I love this idea that some like weird like China watcher Westerners have about China, where they think that like if you go and ask the average person about Tiananmen Square, they're just not going to know what you're talking about. They're going to be like, what? What's that? I don't know what that is. Like, it's stupid. Like, you can go and look on Chinese social media where they talk about this pretty often, you know? It's not some big secret. Maybe is there an effort to like have a sort of narrative about this kind of thing? Okay, probably, possibly. I wonder what other countries do that. I wonder what other countries take moments from their past in which people's human rights were possibly violated and then spin that in a different way or try to deny or obfuscate that these things happen. Well, certainly only China does that. Certainly only one of these authoritarian, totalitarian nations filled with brainwashed Asian people, as those are the only countries that do that kind of thing. We're very honest. We're very upfront and honest with ourselves about our past. You
can count on me.
Mistakes,
you're gonna have good old
quote unquote,
Rob
that we've
to
made.
talk you through all this.
Socialist Audiophile, thanks for paying forward the gift sub. Really appreciate that. Socialist Audiophile, thanks for that. Trudeau cried and you're laughing. We lowered the flag. So I'll have you know we lowered the flags to half-mast for like 3 weeks. What more do you want? We had a whole Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Did we act on any of the findings from that? Well, no. No. Or do we have mainstream liberal journalists denying and obfuscating the horrors and criminality of our past? Yeah. Yes. It's the thought that counts. That's right. Absolutely. I was honestly a tiny bit shocked that they joined the call for a ceasefire. Obviously out of self-preservation, but I still didn't think they'd even go that far. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I don't want to give anyone credit. Like, honestly, like I think people had their chance. People had their chance to call for a ceasefire when it mattered. And, you know, I guess it still matters. Israel becomes more diplomatically isolated. America becomes more diplomatically isolated. The more countries kind of just jump off this train and start doing the thing that they should have done 2 months ago. I don't want to say it means nothing. I don't want to clap my hands too much over it either. When 2 months into this like genocidal bombing campaign where political leaders are finally showing a tiny iota of courage, you know? I'm not going to hand it to them now. They had their chance. Did you see the tweet for Canada's envoy for combating anti-Semitism? No, I didn't. No. Do I want to? I guess it's worth taking a look at, isn't it? Andrew Coyne is freaking out too. The real victim in all this, Andrew Coyne. We've abandoned Ukraine, we've abandoned Israel, and the real victim is Andrew Coyne, the liberal Canadian columnist. One of the biggest dipshits in this entire country. Which is saying a lot, right? It is saying a lot. In terms of our completely loser liberal media establishment in this country. Like it takes effort to become the biggest dipshit. First, they came for the liberal Canadian columnists. I'm going to go ahead and say, Pac-Man Trinity, I don't know if this is spicy. I think we should come for the Canadian liberal columnists. I think we should do that. You know? I would support that. If someone ran on that ticket, like, I'm going to, like, purge Canadian liberal columnists and send them to re-education camps, I would say, like, you've got my sword. You've got my sword, sir. Whatever, or ma'am. Whatever you need. Whatever you need, I'm in. I'm on board. But what's the rest of your what's the rest? Do you want me to tell you about the rest of my platform? Don't care. No, we can worry about that later. Let's worry about that later. I thought Rob was going to make conservative columnists come. Oh my goodness. That's what was going on the other day with that Stephen Miller guy. He was getting he was like thinking about me doing sex stuff a little bit too much for my liking. It made me pretty uncomfortable, actually. He was getting a little too excited by the whole thing. No, let's do that, actually. I think we should come for the liberal columnists and the conservative columnists as well. Pretty much if you've got a column, if you've got a column in like a mainstream media platform in this country, I'm automatically suspect. To me, that's a purge. That's a purge unless you like demonstrate some kind of like what do you bring to the table here, you know? Across the ideological spectrum. If you've got a column, I think that's a purgeon to me. The 40-year-old purgeon. That's me. UK columnists as well. Like you could get people on board with this platform. Right? I think I've talked about it before. Here's my platform. Here's my political platform. We're going to purge every like liberal and conservative newspaper columnist and just send them to like do a real job. And we're going to build a high-speed rail line between Quebec City and Windsor, Ontario. Ultimately, we want to loop that down through Detroit and Boston and New York and Philadelphia and connect it with... But like just the first step. The first step. Who says no? I would instantly campaign for anyone. Just those two things. That's all I want to know. So he's trains and purges with this guy. This is a popular program, though. This speaks to people's real material needs. They want to see columnists be purged and sent to re-education camps or given like actual productive jobs in society. And they want trains. People want trains. So this is le envoyé spécial mémoire de l'Holocauste et lutte contre l'antisémitisme. Many people. So this is after 2 months of mass murder and ethnic cleansing. Canada finally grows as some semblance of a spine. And this is what our envoy against anti-Semitism says. After 20,000 people are killed in Gaza with our full diplomatic support. Many people in the Jewish community are disheartened and hurt by Canada's decision to support today's UN resolution. It's like how ludicrous is it? You look at this UN resolution, you see how completely the entire world is supporting this, and we're totally just isolated. We're this small group of like extremist, isolated countries that are refusing to listen to what everyone around the world is saying. And this is what we say. Well, I can't believe Canada would support this UN resolution. I've heard from so many of you and understand your concerns. Please know that my office and I are committed to standing with you to combat anti-Semitism. and preserve Holocaust remembrance. Here at home and around the world, I will raise these serious concerns with cabinet ministers this week and reiterate the importance and urgency of combating anti-Semitism in all its forms. This is a response to Canada finally, after 2 months, joining calls at the UN for a ceasefire after Israel's killed 20,000 civilians. Fucking God knows how many children have been murdered. And this is the response. He doesn't even explain what the problem is. No, here's what the problem is, Saint Lotus. Here's what the problem is. It's anti-Semitic to tell Israel to stop killing children. That's it. We don't need her to explain it. She actually did explain it. She explained it perfectly. When Canada says to Israel after 2 months, please stop murdering children, that's anti-Semitism. That's what that word means now. And that's why this word is now completely meaningless. Of course, Israel's fighting for Canada just like Ukraine is. That's right. They're protecting Canadian freedoms by killing all these children. No, that's why that word's just completely meaningless now. That's what anti-Semitism means, according to the people in the Israeli government and the image that they project around the world, and according to now the people that are connected to our government that have accepted this kind of framing of anti-Semitism and what it means. When you say to Israel to stop killing kids, that's anti-Semitism. And yet when you want to oppress bourgeois freaks, they call you techie. It's an upside down world that we're living in now. It's an upside down world. And that's why, when Justin Potter, I think it was, I was talking about this the other day, I think there's really something to this, This idea that, what we need to be against is anti-Jewish racism. And we are against that, obviously. Of course we are. We're anti-racist. We're against racism when racism is being applied to Jewish people, Muslims and Arabs, black people, immigrants, people of color, indigenous people. It's kind of a central tenet of the entire thing. But if anti-Semitism is just supporting whatever the Israeli government does, then no, I'm not on board with that. But remember, it's definitely not anti-Semitism to imply that Jewish victims of the Holocaust just weren't strong enough, which is, again, a core tenet of Zionist ideology. They weaponize the pain of the Holocaust. They weaponize Jewish trauma to create consent for their barbarity and their disgusting criminality. But they themselves seem to have this total lack of respect on actual Holocaust survivors. Oh, excuse me. I'm a little bit tired. I was actually at a Palestine event last night. I went to an event here in Montreal, organized by my friend Nashua Khan, who you might know from Twitter. It was a whole art making event, making posters and bracelets and zines and kites. Really, really cool, actually. But I'm a little bit sleepy. A little bit of a sleepy boy now. I have an extra rain here. Do you want it? Yes, I do, actually. What flavor rain we talking? Orange dreamsicle. Is that what we got going on there? I'm gonna just reach through. I'm gonna go grab that. Oh, there. White gummy bear. That's a good flavor. I really could use that right now, honestly. Something I asked Zionist, would you support a Kurdish state where you live, which means forced displacement and killing? I'm fucking... Why are partitioned ethno-states? That's our answer to everything. That's our fucking... In terms of, like, the West. That's our answer to everything. Why don't have we tried partitioning this place into an ethno-state? That's never... When has that ever gone wrong? When has that ever gone wrong? Let's just make another partitioned ethno-state. That's great. That's a great idea. It's the beauty of that idea is that it works every single time. But listen, I don't want to... Let's be clear here. We do need to understand that there are people being victimized right now. There are people that are being made to feel uncomfortable, unsafe. There's people that are being victims of historic crimes right now. And we do need to take that seriously. We need to draw a line where we can make a criticism about this kind of like narrative, and we need to draw a line and understand that there's very real pain and trauma and suffering going on right now. Like, for example, at Yale, did you know this? The years-old popular Israeli couscous salad with spinach and tomatoes has been renamed in our dining halls as the same exact dish, but without the word Israeli. And I bet you all feel pretty silly now, don't you? There are victims on both sides of this, all right? This isn't this black and white scenario. There's a lot of nuance to be had here. They renamed it Hamas Couscous at Yale. Yet another one of these Ivy League institutions that unequivocally supports Hamas and violent terrorism. You know, we got to take this seriously. And look at this. She tagged like every single person she could think of. She's tagging the New York Times. She's tagging National Review. She's tagging CNN. She's tagging Fox News. She's tagging Richie Torres. She's tagging Joe Biden. This is one of those things that's not even true. There is still, as you can see here, the Israeli couscous salad with spinach and tomatoes. But they actually should change it, though. Like, I actually agree. I actually agree that they should change that. There's nothing Israeli about a couscous salad with spinach and tomatoes. That's not Israeli food. There's actually no such thing as Israeli food. As I've mentioned many times, there's some absolutely incredible, amazing Jewish contributions to the culinary tradition, which I think they should probably promote those things. They should promote those kind of contributions that actually have this long history in the Jewish diaspora around the world, rather than just like taking generic Middle Eastern concoctions and just slapping the word Israeli on it. Like they're colonizing other people's foods. So yeah, it's one of those things that's not even true, but probably should be true. We now have intelligence suggesting Hamas command center under the Harvard dining hall. I mean, maybe we can mind fuck people into supporting drone strikes on Harvard, which, ultimately would probably end up be a net good for society if we just got rid of all these Ivy League colleges. In fact, let's say they do support Hamas. Let's just say that. Yeah, shut them all down, actually. Just get rid of them all. Like, look at how seriously this lady's taking this. Like, you have to read this with a super serious voice. Imagine returning to your dining hall to find that the salad labels were renamed to remove mention of the salads being Israeli. That happened at Yale this week. It's the subtle changes and redactions that are the most pernicious. Just imagine. Of all the things that we've seen, like if you've been paying attention to the news out of Gaza over the last 2 months, you have seen some of the most horrifying, disturbing, disgusting imagery that I've seen enough of that to last an entire lifetime. And this is the concern for whoever this is. Sahar Tartak, who apparently is a writer in the Wall Street Journal and sorry, what did I say? The Wall Street Journal. And the don't say anything. Just don't. Just drop it. Just drop it. And NRO Quillette Free Beacon. This is like they're doing George Orwell was a prophet, says this comment. They're really doing the 1980, that meme, the 1984 meme. Because of a fucking salad. Just imagine. Imagine the horror. Like, it's just... It's like some of these people, supporters of Israel, it's like the way that they take the violence that Israel commits and turns it into this like bizarre victimhood fetishization. Like this, you couldn't make up a better example of that than this. Very Orwellian. Like, there's a lot of Orwellian things you can describe going on. Like, to me, an Orwellian thing that's happening right now would be the way that, like, language is being used to delegitimize people trying to protest genocide. Like, it's doublethink. That's a classic Orwellian term. And Orwellian, there's a lot of problems with Orwell in 1984. You know, this whole, like, the criticism of Stalinism, the Soviet Union, whatever it is, authoritarianism. There's some very valuable concepts in there. Like, the idea of doublethink, I think, is really valuable, and you see it in that. To me, a textbook example of doublethink in the George Orwell in the Orwellian kind of terminology is to take a group of people that are protesting a genocide and saying, stop the genocide, stop the killing, stop the violence, ceasefire, and saying those people support genocide. They support violence. They support ethnic cleansing. That's Orwellian. You know? That's Orwellian. That's holding two contradictory ideas in your mind at the same time. This like inability to see beyond history. You know? That's what whole Winston Smith's job is in 1984. Is revising history like that. And eliminating bits of history that we don't like. That's Orwellian. When you pretend the history of the conflict between Israel and Palestine, or the genocide that Israel is committing against Palestinians, and you think that began on October 7th, 2023. That's Orwellian. You know? That's Orwellian. What is not Orwellian is when a salad is renamed from an Israeli salad to just a regular couscous salad. That's not Orwellian. It's maybe a little bit Orwellian to claim that happened when no such thing has happened. That you could maybe describe that as being Orwellian, but Have you seen the lady that was scared of a scarf? Yeah, we can look at her next. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's while we're talking about that. Let me turn off the music. While we're talking about that, that's Orwellian as well. When you've got like a person in position of power following and stalking a student, harassing them because of a fucking scarf that they're wearing, and saying like, you're making people feel unsafe. Your scarf is making people feel unsafe while you're following them around and harassing them. And this lady is the wife of another Obama advisor. Like, the whole liberal ruling class is all... What was the guy's name? What's it? I said like Smeldowitz the other day. Seldowitz. It's an entire liberal ruling class made up of Stuart Seldowitzes. Smeldowitz is actually a pretty good one. Yeah, you're stalking a student. She literally pulled over her car to stalk and harass this student. And she's like, you're making people feel unsafe because of your scarf. Your scarf is making people feel unsafe.
Between you and people who wanted to murder you. Hi, camera. Thank you for walking through neighborhoods and making families feel unsafe with your terrorist scarf.
Your terrorist scarf.
Palestinians felt pretty unsafe when Israelis occupied their country, you know.
I'm glad you're so proud of the slaughtering of civilians.
Thank you for making people feel unsafe with your scarf.
Between you and people.
Like, who are these people? This is insane. What the fuck is this climate? This climate is absolutely insane. Eve Gerber, wife of Jason Furman, a professor at Harvard's Kennedy School and a former Obama administration advisor. Like, what the fuck is with these people? Yeah, she doesn't need to date the food card because she's married. She's married to another Obama advisor. Like, the whole U.S. government is made up of people like this. Beginning to think this Obama administration wasn't the good guys. Yeah, and you say liberals and neocons are the same, superficial differences. Well, like, the one thing that I've been saying is that some of these liberals are going to, even if they might have genocidal beliefs or intentions, they'll wrap that up in a kind of like progressive rhetoric. Like, Obama's foreign policy was absolutely atrocious. You know, multiple war crimes were committed under Obama. And they changed the strategy from the Bush administration ever so slightly after Obama campaigned as being like an anti-war candidate. And then commenced this like totally unaccountable CIA-operated drone assassination program throughout the Middle East. Destroyed Libya, tried to destroy Syria, and regardless, even if they didn't overthrow the government in Syria, still did a pretty good job completely destroying the whole country in the process. But still wrapping everything in this progressive rhetoric. You know, Obama was the master of that, giving this kind of like progressive sheen, this liberal sheen to this kind of violence. But this is the moment right now that mask has slipped. Now they're not even bothering with this anymore, the liberals. They're not even bothering with this like minor kind of rhetorical difference where they wring their hands a little bit. Maybe in the administration, like you see with the Biden administration, we're urging restraint. They have the right to defend themselves, but we're really like we're really encouraging them or demanding even that they take into account civilian casualties and things like that. So on the administration side, they're still kind of going through the motions, but the people that are connected to that, they don't even care anymore. They're not bothering. They're not bothering to have this kind of like hand wringing or try to take this kind of like genocidal rhetoric and give it some kind of like moral framework to try and obfuscate it. It's just a total mask slippage. They literally supported jihadists in Syria. Yeah, that's right. And you had one faction of the intelligence community supporting certain jihadists in Syria, and then another faction supporting different jihadists who were like fighting each other. Like, that's how fucking insane that was. Israel's indiscriminately bombing, which is why they have a right to defend themselves. Well, I mean, like Bernie's statement today was like the strongest one he's put out yet, and he's talking about refusing to continue to give aid to Israel, which is like, I think that's a good position that he should have had on day one, and it's also kind of like completely incoherent when you couple that with his full support of the Biden administration's Israel policy. Her husband is famous for arguing for the Fed, make people lose their jobs to control inflation. Well, that's some real banality of evil stuff too, isn't it? Because it's not just a violent foreign policy assassinating people with no trials, bombing hospitals and weddings and funerals. But then you have like the flip side of that, where it's like, we just need to turn down this knob on the old economy. And when I turn down this knob, millions of people who to me are just these like faceless numbers on a spreadsheet somewhere lose their jobs, lose their homes, lose their families, lose their lives, But he's wrapping that with the neocon Hamas must be removed via war line. I mean, that just makes no sense. I genuinely don't understand what that's. So you think Hamas needs to be removed? There needs to be like regime change in Gaza, but Israel should not be bombing and we shouldn't be giving aid to Israel anymore. Like, what does that even mean? In practice, I don't know if he's explained that. How is that supposed to work exactly? How is this Hamas regime change operation supposed to work if you're not perpetually arming Israel? Yeah, his terms for ceasefire requires the complete eradication of Hamas, which just basically means no ceasefire. It's nonsensical. It's incoherent. It doesn't make any sense at all. Biden was just at an event where he said verbatim, "You don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist." Yeah, because I think I saw a stat today that there's more Christian Zionists in the United States than there are Jewish people. Like, overall. Did I read that wrong? Like, that to me is an insane statistic. Maybe someone can correct me if I'm getting that wrong. When it was coming out of my mouth, it sounds wrong, but yeah, and Biden also said that line we talked about yesterday. If it wasn't for Israel, no Jewish person would be safe. No Jewish person would be safe if it wasn't for Israel. Like, that is a ludicrous thing to say. When you're the president of the United States, you're telling all the Jewish people in the country where you're the president, you are not safe. You're not safe in your communities unless we arm this genocidal ethno-state in the Middle East. That is insane. Yeah, no, they're not even effectively saying that, Ropes Indeed, and he's verbatim saying that. They're literally saying those words. which, as we talked about before, is like a central tenet of the whole Zionist ideology to begin with. Hello, Pinklon. How's it going?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I'm a Zionist, Biden says. Funny that not long ago everyone would freak out at a slightly different flavor of Christian.
Yeah.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Toilet bowl. So thank you, Dapper Cat, for the 22 months. And yeah, it is funny how like there was a time in America where like the idea of the president being Catholic was like a big controversy because they thought that the Pope would be in charge of America. And thank you also very much to Toilet Bowl Toots for the 29 months tier 1. Very much appreciated. Valued community member, Toilet Bowl Toots. Thank you for that. So while we're talking about the victimization of people in Ivy League campuses, going into the cafeteria and seeing salads being renamed, or the victimization of like women who see someone wearing a scarf that they don't like walking through their neighborhood, the real victims, or the victimization of someone like Andrew Coyne, who supports Israel and Ukraine so much that he's just so disgusted by our government refusing to continue to fuel wars in these countries. The real victims. Meanwhile, though, in reality, let's look at some of the stuff that's happening as well. From this British TikTok influencer.
Evening, chaps. Apologies that I've not been online today. At 9:38 this morning, whilst myself and all three of the kids, unfortunately, were off school because we were boycotting for Palestine. Our house was raided by 5 police officers under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act. They then watched me use the loo and watched me dress, bundled me into a metal box in the back of a Vivaro on the floor because I wasn't able to sit on the seats.
Look at this scary Hamas terrorist.
They drove for an hour and a half to Swindon Police Station, where they put me under arrest. Well, they arrested me here, obviously. By the time I got to Swindon Police Station, they had de-arrested me on one of the charges, which was actually the charge that gave them permission to enter and search my house. While they were here, they took my phone, my children's phones, the kids' school laptop, which is destroyed, but they were using anyway, a whole bunch of our electrical stuff, the little hydroponics setup that we have for our chilies.
She was harassed and intimidated, but did her
taking the
favorite menu
actual
item
chili
its name
plants
change? That's
in
a really big
pots,
question.
melon plants in pots. They held me in a cell for 7 hours. By the time I finally got to Swindon, it was about.
And there's a couple of situations too where people have been arrested and then not charged, but like you can see how that's just used as this intimidation tactic, right? Like the person in Calgary, the organizer in Calgary that was arrested for chanting "From the river to the sea" at a pro-Palestine protest and was later released and not charged. But you see, it's like an attempt it's just terror tactics. That's right. It's an attempt to intimidate people into silence and to stop talking about this stuff.
1:45. And I made some notes. They arrested me at Swindon,
thank goodness.
again under the malicious communications Terrorism Act, Section 12. like I said, they searched me in front of the three children, watched me use the toilet, forced me to sit in a tiny metal van with no water, despite me asking if I could take my own water. They said, no, we'll provide water, and then refused that. So now I am on bail. I've just returned home. It's I got home about 11 p.m. Thank God they actually drove me home. When I did finally get my interview, it was made very clear to me that I must condemn Hamas. I'm not joking. That was basically it. They were like, you've, and it wasn't even stuff I'd said. It's stuff I've reposted. So these weren't even things that I'd actually said. It was stuff that I had reposted on Twitter. They had a big file of. And they were like, you reposted this. And I was like, are we arresting people in the UK for reposting things? And they were like, yeah, we are. Yeah. And I was like, this is wild. And they were like, what have you written here? And I said, well, I've put I've reposted this. And I've said, peace be with Palestine, or, whatever. And I stand by every word. It was made very clear to me that if I denounced Palestine, if I denounced Hamas, that I would not be charged. But I obviously won't do that. So I'll see them in court in March, I suppose. But that's what happened to me today.
The condemn Hamas meme is becoming reality.
I can't believe that it happened in my house.
Is any of this Orwellian, do you think?
They just came ramming in here and arrested me in front of my kids for being anti-Israel, which is wild.
Like, are you allowed to not like a country?
In the UK,
are you
guys?
not allowed to not like a country and the things that it does politically?
No access at the moment to any other platform. I don't have my WhatsApp or Telegram or YouTube or anything. I have literally just managed to use someone else's device to log on to TikTok. So that's what I'm doing. Obviously I'll try and get that sorted out ASAP. I'm just a bit blown away by it. Like, firstly, they've literally robbed all of our stuff, and secondly, I cannot believe that has just happened to me. I cannot believe I have just sat in a room with a policeman who has told me that because people might be offended by my being offended by a genocide, that I'm probably going to be taken to court as a, terrorist.
Imagine returning to your dining hall to find that the salad labels were renamed.
Wild.
That's the real scary shit that's going on.
They
right
read
now.
out the Terrorism Act and asked me if I had anything to say. And I said that I believe that the actions that we are involved in now will justify the rest of our lives, and that I would suggest that maybe Rishi Sunak reads it, because there's one group here that are bombing hospitals, attacking civilians, assaulting the earth, committing war crimes, and they are being funded by our government. There are some conditions to my bail which will impact how I relate with TikTok. Not massively, because they actually said, we're releasing you on bail, but we're not going to allow you to post on social media. And I said, no, I reject that. And they went back and they've changed the terms of my bail somewhat. But I just said I will not be silenced by you, and I'm not going to lie. So here we are. God bless the great democracy of the United Kingdom.
This actually was just a big misunderstanding. What they asked her to do is condemn hummus, because British people find hummus to be too spicy. So it was all just a big mix up, big misunderstanding. But No, I mean, like, this is insane, right? Like, this is what's going on now. This is where we're going. This is where we're headed. And like I was saying, it's just an effort to intimidate people. Like, there's like, maybe not yet, I don't think they have the legal ability to compel people to support a foreign country when they're committing genocide. You know, you never know with the rules about terrorism and this kind of stuff. But that's what I was asking too. Like, should it be illegal? Like we've talked about when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, I've criticized NATO's role in provoking the Ukraine war. I've tried to talk about Russia's perspective. I'm sympathetic to Russia's like genuinely held security concerns about NATO encroaching on wanting to build military bases where they house nuclear weapons directly on their doorstep, seizing their largest naval base in the Crimea. I think that's a pretty legitimate concern. That doesn't mean that I support everything that Russia does. That doesn't mean that I think Putin is like good. As you know, folks, Putin is bad. And that's something that I've said many times, and that's something that I happen to believe. But like, let's say someone that does support that. I mean, there's plenty of people that have taken that kind of Russian chauvinist perspective. Should it be illegal? If you say like, no, I think Russia is good and I think Putin's good, should you get fucking arrested? Should you lose your job? Should it be, if you're talking about Israel? Again, we've talked about October 7th. We've talked about the context of the violence that happened on that day. We've talked about the context with which groups like Hamas form. We're sympathetic, obviously, to the right of Palestinians to defend themselves by any means necessary. That doesn't mean that we think everything that a group like Hamas does is good or that it's justified to kill innocent people, right? Should it be illegal? If people can say, if you support Israel, yeah, I support Israel's right to kill innocent people. What of it? What's the big deal? That's fine. That might be framed as like extreme or whatever, but it's totally okay to express that opinion in our media, in your job, in your school. But like, what if someone says, yeah, I support Hamas? Should that be illegal? Should you be arrested for that? Should you lose your job? Like, do we have freedom of speech or don't we? You know, some people might not like that. You might not like when you say these kinds of things. I support Putin. I support Hamas. You know, you don't have to like it. Should it be illegal? Should you be removed from, should you get fired from your job? Should you be arrested? Should you be deplatformed from social media for saying these kinds of things? We always love to fucking jerk off about the idea about how free our speech is and how we have this perpetual right to express our ideas, no matter how uncomfortable they are. They might make people, no matter how controversial they are. That's the beauty of the free speech in our society. But it's clearly we don't. When we express any sympathy whatsoever for like the countries that our government determines are official enemy countries, and then it's like, now that's not allowed. That's not allowed. You can get arrested, lose your job, get deplatformed, get canceled. You know, it's pretty wild. But again, while we're talking about like victims, look at this report from Al Jazeera. This is on the Quds News Network. Babies were killed, execution style, by Israeli occupation forces while sheltering in a UNRWA school in northern Gaza 2 days ago, according to this Al Jazeera report.
New pictures from a school sheltering displaced Palestinians in northern Gaza show bodies piled up following an Israeli attack. Witnesses say a number of people, including women, children and babies, were killed execution style by Israeli forces while they were sheltering inside.
Like, what do you even say to that? And then you have people saying, like, I'm being victimized because of a salad. I'm being victimized because someone wore a scarf in my neighborhood. I'm being victimized because pro-Palestinian student groups are marching in Columbia University or Harvard or wherever and saying free Palestine and saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And people are losing their jobs over this. People are getting arrested for this. But if you go on TV, you go in your job, you organize a protest at school, and you look at what we just looked at and say, I support this unequivocally, unquestionably, which is the position of like most of our governments. Totally okay. It's totally okay to say, I support the IDF's ability to just drop bombs on kids completely indiscriminately. You know, it is absolutely backwards. Imagine going into your school cafeteria and seeing that the salad name was changed. Is it wrong? I mean, like I said, we don't unequivocally support resistance groups that kill civilians. Of course we don't. But like, is it wrong to ask questions about this? While we're talking about killing innocent civilians, which Israel has done completely indiscriminately for the last 2 months, what about on that day, on October 7th? Can we talk about that?
4 אחרי צהריים, פתאום ג'יפים מתייצבים לנו על הכביש, והבנו שהצבא סוף סוף הגיע. לא עוברות 5 או 10 דקות מהרגע שהם מגיעים והתחיל...
Just for context, this is fresh testimony reveals how Israel killed captives in kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th. Hadass Dagan was the sole survivor from a house where 14 hostages were killed. She's withheld her testimony until now.
תח יריות, אגרוף, כולנו השתתחנו על הרצפה.
בשלב הזה לי ברור שהתפקיד שלנו הוא שאנחנו חומה אנושית בין הכוחות שלנו שמגיעים בינם. עדי ואני מתכווצים ונכנסים למצב של כפיות, ושאני מאחוריו מחבקת אותו.
כולנו התחלנו לרוץ, כולל המחבלים. כולנו הסתתרנו. נשכבים על הרצפה, ביריות, בום 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 בום, כדורים נכנסים לבית בכל דרך אפשרית. ופתאום מרגמה, לא יודעת, משהו כבד, לא... בום בכל הבית.
A tank shell?
אני שומעת את הילדים, הצילו! הצילו, בבקשה, הצילו! לא אשכח בחיים את הצעקות של הילדים. איך שהם זועקים לעזרה, ומתחים, שוב מתחים.
כוחות הימ"מ יורים 2 טילי לאו לכיוון הבית.
שוב מתחים, וידי מנסה להרים את הראש, ואני אומרת, מורידה לו. ככה, מורידה לו את הראש, לא מדברים, אי אפשר לדבר, ואז פתאום עדי אומר לי...
And people like Joe Biden say this is the only place Jewish people are safe.
הדס, זאב כבר לא
איתנו. It doesn't really seem all that safe to me personally.
אנחנו שוכבים על הצד, ואני מסתכלת דרך הכתף, אז אני אומרת לו, גם פסי לא איתנו.
הטנק במקום יורה 2 פגזים, אחד לרצפה, השני לגג הבית.
פתאום בום נוראי, ואני לא מצליחה להזיז את הרגליים, ואני רואה והידיים שלי שמוטות, אני לא מצליחה להזיז כבר לא מחבקת את דושי, ואני אומרת לו, דושי, אני חושבת שנפגעתי. ובשלב הזה אני אומרת לו עוד פעם שאני אוהבת אותו. היה לי ברור שיש פה טנק. זה היה ברור לי.
It was clear to me that there was a tank there.
לגמרי. אל תשאלי אותי איך. אני לא יודעת. ואז היה הבום השני. אני מרגישה שנפגעתי.
Because they'll just say it was Hamas tricked them into doing friendly fire. Well, that's it. They're saying we're not going to investigate. They're saying it's too complicated. We're not going to do an investigation. It was such a complex situation. We're not going to investigate.
מה קרה לי בדיוק? ואז אני רואה חור כזה בעורק הראשי שלי. ואני לוקחת את האגודל שלי, זאת היד, לוקחת את האגודל שלי ועושה לו חוסם עורקים, כי מה אני עוד יכולה לעשות? עוד רגע זז, וכבר לא זז, אבל אני ככה שוכבת, עד שאני מבינה שאני כבר, אני בתוך שלולית של דם, ואין כבר למה לעשות חוסם, ואני פשוט חוזרת לחבק אותו ושוכבת עם הפרצוף, עם הכל בתוך שלולית ענקית של דם. ואני זוכרת שאני שומעת עוד ירייה אחת מתוך הבית, ואני לא שומעת כלום כבר. ומחכה לכדור שלי.
Like, that's it. So they're not going to do an investigation on this. They're saying it's like, oh no, it'd be too much. It'd be too controversial. It's too much of a kinetic situation. We don't want to do an investigation into these Apache helicopters, into these tank units, in these different kibbutzes. So are we allowed to ask questions about that? You know? Insane. But I just realized I have a Grok tab on Twitter. I don't think I'll be talking to Grok. Because it'll reveal the IDF killed more people than Hamas on October 7th. And like, I don't know. Like, I'm not willing to, I don't know. That's the whole point, is that we don't know. You know? I would, if there was an investigation, maybe we could get actual numbers, like I've talked about. It's not about denying that anything bad took place. One thing I will say is that it does seem to me, from my perspective, that a primary objective of this whole operation was to take hostages, which they could then use to barter back and get some of the thousands of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons released. That doesn't mean that no one went off script, or that no civilians were harmed by Hamas or Palestinian resistance fighters or whatever. The point is, though, that we don't know. We don't know the numbers exactly. We don't know of the Israelis that were killed, who was in the IDF, who was in actual like military checkpoints and military bases. We don't know who was killed in crossfire. We don't know who was killed by Apache helicopters. We don't know who was killed by these tank units. We don't know any, like, I would just like to know the actual numbers. It's not about denying that anything bad happened, which I know I and other people in this community know for certainly that that's not the case, what anyone of us would say. But like, it would be good to have some kind of clarity on exactly what the figures are here. Like, what are we talking about? How dare you bring this up as a dedicated Zionist? You seeking the truth at this time is so offensive and anti-Semitic. What you're trying to do, halt our agenda, I mean, offensive to destroy Hamas. That's right. And again, that's not like a meme or anything. That's not an inaccurate framing. Like, that's literally what Netanyahu is saying. It's anti-Semitism to investigate these war crimes, whether they're war crimes committed against Gaza or whether it's crimes being committed against Israelis, which is, again, ostensibly the only place in the world where Jewish people are safe. It really doesn't seem to me, from some of these stories, that it is very safe. We may not know, but I'm 100% confident the official story is complete bullshit. Well, I think that's one thing we can agree on. Yeah. This narrative that was promoted immediately on that day, that all that happened was just a random rampage of indiscriminate violence against civilians. I think we should know, especially by now, that that's not an accurate description of the actual events of what happened. One way I know this operation is different in that Israel is losing people. My liberal mom told me before I told her about the killing of Rafat al-Arir and his extended family and how disgusted she was. Yeah, I mean, that's the... Not only have they lost the entire next generation, which they're completely freaking out about, but they're losing, people like your liberal mom. Yeah. Like, you can't just ban TikTok and now the next generation is going to be on board. That's not the way it's going to work. This is a really interesting clip from Malcolm X, when a journalist tried to get him to condemn the Mau Mau uprising in British Kenya. And listen to Malcolm's response. It's really, really fascinating.
Well, this was a terrorist organization that didn't just defend themselves from specific acts, but initiated acts of terrorism. Do you favor that in this country?
No, I think that the conditions that prevailed in Kenya forced the Mau Mau to take action. And any action that they took, even though it seemed that they were initiating it, actually it was a defensive action. And it was a reaction to the colonial powers that were exploiting them.
But do you favor such an organization here?
Does white America favor the Ku Klux Klan or the Citizens Council? And as long as the government, police bodies, do nothing about the existence of white terror groups that are terrorizing blacks, then it's time for blacks to do whatever is necessary to put these white terror groups in their place. And I feel that a Mau Mau could wipe out the Klan in the north, south, east, and west, and wherever it exists. I'm not against the idea at all.
I mean, you listen to pretty much any Malcolm X soundbite, and you're like, oh yeah, I understand why this man was public enemy number one, and they had to get rid of this man. Oh yeah, no, I completely get that. But I mean, it's so analogous to everything that's happening right now, and I appreciate that framing. It might look like it's an offensive action, but it's a defensive action. I really appreciate that framing. When people are being colonized and occupied and they engage in some kind of counterattack like that, it's not offensive. They're not on the offensive. That's a defensive action, no matter how much we might try and frame it as the opposite. Yeah, well, you can say the same thing, Emperor's New Clothes, about MLK, right? You say later Malcolm was so incredibly based, he was already a massive danger, but the moment he started to truly develop his anti-imperialist and internationalist ideas, he became truly public enemy number one in the eyes of the CIA and FBI. Yeah, and with Malcolm X's, with MLK Jr. as well, and his commentary about Vietnam in the late 60s. I really appreciate actually, and I don't think Malcolm X was a socialist really, but the way that he had this internationalist perspective, and when he talked about Mao and the Chinese Revolution as well, he had great respect for that. It was really interesting, but I think that's such a clip that really is so. I mean, you could take the words and change them around slightly, and it would apply 100% to our current situation. Hey, Husker, how's it going? No coincidence at all either that Rafat's students proudly recount how he introduced them to black revolutionaries like X and MLK. He helped prime a whole generation of intellectuals, activists, and journalists, and Kwame Ture as well. There was that tweet from a few weeks ago that he was sharing a clip from Stokely Carmichael, and then corrected himself to say Kwame Ture. It was another person that he was introducing to his students and the people that in his community. Whether he called himself a socialist or not, he was clearly aware that class struggle is the driver of change. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it gets into he's talking about Kwame Ture. It gets into his comments about socialism and about how it's not like it's some kind of white European thing. It's just a matter of like the way it was observed and recorded by Marx. It doesn't mean that they invented anything. They didn't invent anything. It's just science. They just observed certain social forces and economic forces and wrote them down in a book. Okay, what else do we have to... I think I'm about ready to put on some kind of a longer, more long-form content. Oh, and I guess this could be the last thing. Where we talked about how, like, the young generation is getting lost. I think this is really important. Like, this kind of sentiment. I'm seeing this kind of sentiment so much. Not from any kind of, like, revolutionary type people that have worked with the Democratic Party, because this person is on the younger side, but I think this feeling that he's expressing in this clip is like pervasive across generational lines right now.
Hi, my name is Kyle. I have been a registered Democrat for the last 22 years. I have voted in every election up and down from the state to local level that I could vote in. I campaigned for John Kerry and Barack Obama. This message is for the Democrats. I fucking hate you. I hate the fact that you've bamboozled us for so many years, touting progressive policies and giving us nothing. I hate the fact that there are so many broken campaign promises. I hate the fact that you've weaponized our rights to scare us into voting for you. I hate the fact that you failed on protecting reproductive rights. I hate the fact that you support economic policies that actually produce the conditions that make fascism viable, and you don't admit that. I hate the fact that you're classist and not actually egalitarian. I hate the fact that you don't support Medicare for all, housing for all, affordable to free secondary education. I hate the fact that you tout small incremental changes to the fabric of our society as a resounding success when people are still economically struggling and hungry. I hate the fact that you won't call a genocide a genocide. I hate you for supporting policies that produce more bombs and not food. I hate you for supporting the status quo and not for doing the right things to make everyone's life better. I hate the fact that you're not mature enough to receive criticism. And I hate the fact that you criticize the rest of us for being idealistic and wanting better for everyone. And I hate you for blaming your failings on procedural precedent, a majority of which is nothing more than rules that are holdovers from the Reconstruction era and Jim Crow. I hate you. And you lost my vote, and you lost many people's vote, and that's your fucking fault.
I mean, I think there's a whole generation of people. I mean, again, I think it crosses generations as well. There's plenty of like older folks as well that have started to take this kind of stance. But I think this is like a really common sentiment for a lot of people. And it's not even about the Democrats. It's about the Labour Party in the UK as well. It's about the Liberals and the NDP here in Canada as well. I think it's a really common thing. Does this man not realize there was a dang Cheeto in the White House? Evidently not. That's true. Evidently not. And they're all getting out all the lectures already. It's a year away from the United States election. There's all the lectures are all coming out already. It's truly amazing. Just want to let people know. I didn't want to like hype this up too much because I didn't totally know if it was going to happen. I was a little black. I was not very good at organizing this whole thing, but Camila Escalante is going to come on the show today at 4 p.m. So we're going to talk a little bit with Camilla about, I want to talk a little bit about Canada and this how they've joined the calls for the ceasefire, Canada's, relationship with Israel, Canada's relationship with imperialism, especially in Latin America, which is her main focus. She talks about Latin America and, Bolivia, Venezuela. We want to talk a little bit about Canada's role as an imperialist power in Latin America, or part of kind of Western empire in Latin America, and also talk a little bit about this situation with Venezuela and Guyana, which I don't know a whole lot about. I've done a little bit of reading on it, but I think she's going to have maybe a more concise explanation. I think it's going to be, as she herself warned me, probably going to be pretty sympathetic to the Venezuelan position on this. So I'm not going to sit here and suggest that this is some kind of like completely fair and balanced, straight down the middle, whatever. I don't think that's what it is, but I really trust Camilla's journalism. She knows a lot about these, the way that Canada and the West and Western imperialism functions in Central and South America. I think she's going to be able to be really informative about that. So that's happening in about an hour and a half. So what can we do until then? That's the question. We could watch more of The Lobby. There's The Lobby, the UK version. We watched the whole Western version. Oh, this seems good. We've got a Rania Khalek interview here. Okay, actually, we have two things. I think we can get to two of these things. So let's talk a little bit first about Yemen's role here. Yemen, as we know, has been a victim of some absolutely barbaric crimes committed by the Saudi Arabian government. And with full support from the West, we've armed and funded Saudi Arabia to do that. We've provided them intelligence, leading to this massive humanitarian disaster in Yemen, which was, for a time, was the greatest humanitarian disaster happening in the world, which has now, unfortunately, I think, been supplanted by Gaza. So what we're seeing with Yemen right now is really fascinating. Like, even despite being the victims of this kind of like horrific genocidal campaign themselves, are showing a lot of solidarity right now with Palestine and Gaza. And
this is some guy, Rob Russo,
ships.
some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hello, Majority Report. Hello. How's it going? How's it going? It's me, Rob. How are you? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid, Majority Report. How is the stream today? Sam Sater, what a fucking nightmare. What a fucking nightmare. I got a question for you, okay? I got a question for you, Majority Report. What do you think about this? What do you think about this? Is this worth a sub? Is this worth a sub, Majority Report? Look at me debasing myself. You just showed up here. I'm a grown adult man. I'm a grown adult man. I'm 40 years old. Look at me. Look at this. Is this worth one measly sub? Is this worth one measly sub? That's my question.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
That was so loud. Oh my gosh. That was so loud.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Yeah.
Irate Lump, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Irate Lump. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Von Sock Throat, for the Prime, for the 3 months of Prime. Thank you. Omega Shenron Dragon says 40. Really? I thought you were 30. And flattery will get you everywhere. And I'll agree.
You can count
I can
on me.
pay you
You're gonna
later
have
for
good
that
old
comment
Rob
that we
to,
agreed that
talk
you
you
would
through all
leave.
this.
Thank you for that.
Oh, hey.
And thank you, Blundered Hope, as well, for 2 months of Prime. Thank you for that. Biddies for a fellow cat bro. Thank you to Omega Shenron Dragon. Thank you for that. What did Orb Lady just say here? What is this? I put these things on as the chat just goes crazy. I'm trying to look for it now. I hate this. I hope it doesn't escalate to a maid outfit. Now that's one thing I'm never going to do. That's one thing you can count.
You can count on
Mark
me.
my
You're
words.
gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Mark my words.
UWU.
Matt's 1870. Thanks for the 3 months of Prime. Thank you for that. I'm not going to be wearing a maid outfit. Okay. I have to draw a line somewhere. I have to draw a line somewhere here. I have to have dignity. All right? I can't just completely sell out my entire dignity for your amusement and your entertainment. Orb Lady and others. Mark the words of man who likes to be degraded for money. Well, I don't like it, you know. Do I end up getting degraded for money just as the natural kind of result of some of the circumstances? Yeah, okay, yes. Maybe I do. Why dignity when you can be kawaii desu niya? I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I don't even know what that is.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Goth Bimbo Next Door, for the gifted sub to Omega Shenron Dragon. Thank you, Goth Bimbo Next Door. It's absurd. I see, like, I really have out-of-body experiences. I look at myself on the screen and I'm just like, good Lord, what is this? What is this? Oh my gosh. Anyway, now that I've spent a few more minutes degrading and humiliating myself, this is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful cat boy. We were just going to talk a little bit, now that I've worn fucking cat ears, we were going to talk a little bit about Yemen and Yemen's role in the Palestine genocide. Just the abrupt transition. Let's abruptly transition back into this serious discussion that we were just having. Let's talk about Yemen's role in Yemen, again, who have been victims of their own genocidal campaign, financed and subsidized by Western imperialist powers. Will you wear the cat ears for Camilla? No, I can't do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Smash cut to 2 hours from now as I'm trying to have a serious discussion while wearing cat ears. But let's talk about this, okay? Yemen has been themselves the victim of this like horrific genocidal campaign. It's been completely subsidized by Western governments. And now you see this like movement in Yemen. They're like hijacking these ships. They're expressing this kind of internationalist sentiment. They're expressing solidarity with Gaza, and they're engaging in direct action and direct campaigns to try and disrupt Israel's crimes there. So let's take a look at this. Like, we got a couple of things from Breakthrough News that I'd like to look at. This is just a brief 13-minute video. Gaza called, Yemen answered. What's driving Yemen's Palestine solidarity efforts? Let's take a look at that. Thanks again, Majority Report, for the raid. Thanks for everyone for supporting the channel. It got taken down, but Houthis made an animated children's lullaby about the galaxy leader getting taken down, and it was a bop. That sounds nice. Oh, is that with Rania Katlek and Eugene Pryer? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's put this on.
Thinking about Yemen before this conflict, I think you certainly are now, because
I mean, it's hilarious. Like I have people when I talk about Israel saying like, oh, you're talking about Israel and you've never talked about Yemen. Very curious. And it's like, I have. You can very easily look and see all the commentary that I've done talking about Saudi Arabia's barbaric crimes in Yemen, which were sponsored by our own governments in Canada and the United States, in both written and podcast form. I've done actually quite a lot of commentary on that. So it's a pretty ridiculous thing, but I think it's important to talk about this kind of like this connection and Yemen's role in undermining Israel's ability to commit genocide in Gaza right now.
Of the strong support for the Palestinian people we've seen from the Yemeni people. And to discuss this further, we are very, very happy to be joined here by Jihan Hakim, who is the chair of the Yemeni Alliance Committee. Jihan, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, really great to have you here. And I guess the first question I wanted to ask you is maybe to speak to a little context for this. I think a lot of people have seen in many different variations, from huge demonstrations to other things, a lot of support from the Yemeni people for the Palestinian people. I mean, what's behind that? What's the history of that? What's that connection? How's that rooted?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, I think I want to first of all mention that Yemen is a sovereign state. So there's no other power that dictates or control how they operate. I think onlookers are commending Yemen rather for stepping in, even though Yemen is still fractured, still struggling from a brutal war backed by Western powers. So the plight of Palestinian people has always been a concern for the Arab world as a whole for decades, ever since the inception of Israel as a settler colony. The solidarity is rooted in centuries worth of Arab identity, Arab and Islamic history. For years, Yemenis from all walks of life, ideologies, and political affiliations have poured into the streets, marching and calling for a Palestine free from Israel's systemic annexation, apartheid, erasure, and to what the globe is now witnessing as a collective before our very eyes is a televised genocide, or some have even called it the second Nakba. I think the real question is, why has no other power intervened to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people while Israel continues to violate human rights laws daily? And that's why Yemeni stepped in.
You know, there's a lot of speculation about whether or not Yemen's actions in support of Palestine could derail the potential for peace with Saudi Arabia. How do you see that issue playing out?
I think we heard a week ago from Saudi Arabia after Saudi nationals criticized Malik bin Salman. He called on countries to seize arms exports to Israel, right? And then just yesterday, we heard Saudi Arabia urging the U.S. to exercise restraint after Yemen's actions. So derailing a peace deal with Yemen is not in the interest of Saudi Arabia at the moment, especially not for the sake of Israel. Saudi Arabia has wanted out from Yemen for a while, and this is their chance to de-escalate and step back from the aggression on Yemen, a war that they weren't winning anyway. It's the Biden administration that continues to support Saudi Arabia, selling billions of dollars of weapons to them, continuing to pressure Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel. And when it comes to, the aftermath of Yemen's action here, I think what we can really, what the U.S. is telling us just a few days ago, the U.S. military said, and I quote, "Consider all appropriate responses." And these attacks represent a direct threat to international commerce and maritime security. Those are pretty scary words. There's a lot of fear being incited here, in which we know that fear sometimes can be used to justify violence. It can be interpreted as even war language, right? So the only powers that pose a threat to peace in Yemen would be Israel and its BFF in Washington, who since 9/11 has militarized every aspect of its foreign policy.
While we're on the subject, I want to just raise this because I think obviously prior to October 7th, the phrase was out there that the, war on Yemen was the world's worst humanitarian crisis. So I was hoping you could just talk for maybe those who weren't paying close attention to it. I mean, what has Yemen really been enduring in this Saudi and UAE and US and UK backed war that's been waged for a number of years on it?
Thank you for asking, because I think that's until today, nobody really understands or can fully grasp. And just really quickly, a history lesson. In March of 2015, Saudi Arabia, under the leadership of Malik bin Salman, who was newly appointed as the prince at the time, with the United Arab Emirates and its coalition of war partners, began launching airstrikes on Yemen, abruptly escalating a civil war into a regional inferno. The coalition bombed targets from border stations, shelling from the sea. Yemen's tiny military base was obliterated early on by the Saudi-led airstrikes. And since the start of the intervention, the U.S. has offered logistical, intelligence, and arms support to the coalition under the leadership of Obama. And that war support continued under Trump, and Biden continues to sell arms to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, despite his promises during his campaign to end the role of the U.S. in the war on Yemen. And the U.S.-made bombs actually have targeted hospitals in Yemen, schools, school buses, weddings, has disabled Yemen's internet service, causing a countrywide blackout. A slew of war crimes, right? And I think an aspect of the war on Yemen that receives very little attention and is still currently in place is the blockade. 9 years later, the coalition imposed a naval, land, and air blockade on Yemen since the conflict began in March of 2015, which severely restricted the flow of food, fuel, and medicine to civilians. So not only does the U.S. enforce this, but it also actively denies it, despite investigative reports and eyewitnesses. And a blockade is an act of war, right? So just really quickly, what it looks like when it comes to the impact, 8 years of war directly killed over 150,000 people in Yemen. But that toll climbs at least up to 400,000 when including the indirect consequences, such as famine, the disease, 85,000 children under the age of 5 years old starved to death. So the impact is great.
Yeah, for sure. Only fact, the intelligence assistance
and
the weapons is one thing.
Given the strong support for Palestine among Yemenis, how, if at all, do you expect this could further shift the internal dynamics between the various factions opposed to Ansarullah, which is more well known in Western media as the Houthis?
Yeah, like I said, the Palestinian cause is a cause for all Arabs, especially for the people of Yemen who have always stood for Palestine. It has never been a partisan issue. I remember myself while I lived in Yemen growing up hearing chants by elders and children calling for a free Palestine. All factions inside of Yemen condemn the genocide of Palestinians. And we believe it's been 60 days and 75 years. This isn't a position that only Ansarullah hold. I think external dynamics are the real issue. Efforts led by Yemenis in the diaspora who are trying to collectively punish Yemenis and are calling for aid cuts into Yemen. There are also discussions, renewed conversation about designating the Houthis or Ansarullah as FTOs or foreign terrorist organizations, which Biden revoked right after Trump made that designation on his way out. After several independent NGOs and advocacy groups have called this move as a countdown to catastrophe.
Well, and let me also ask you this, for those who are watching, especially here in the United States, which is so complicit, but also the UK, other places where we have viewers. I mean, is there a place, people can find out more about what's happening in Yemen, but maybe more importantly, if they want to take action, having heard what you were laying out about the blockade, about potential sanctions, where they can look or find to get engaged?
Yeah, please follow us on social media. There are quite a few Yemeni American women actually that are leading this movement. And you can follow the Yemeni Alliance Committee on Twitter, Instagram. You could also follow Dr. Aisha Jum'an, who leads Yemen Relief and Reconstruction Foundation, who's not only trying to rebuild Yemen on the ground, but they're also part of advocating for an end to the U.S., the role of the U.S. in the war on Yemen.
Mm-hmm. Jahan Hakim, chair of the Yemeni Alliance Committee. We really, really appreciate you joining us here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, is there more commentary here? Okay, we can check out the rest of the commentary.
Rania?
Well, Yemen has been the surprise repeatedly throughout this entire genocide, I think, to a lot of people, and has showed a level of support that is pretty incredible, and has managed to what they've done is incredible. They have disrupted the ability for ships to move through a very, very important waterway. And as a result, it's actually affecting, obviously, not just Israeli ships, which are the ones that are, being directly attacked, but now the insurance on all ships is going up. And it's causing, I know people who work as risk assessment analysts for various major companies. That's a huge industry. And this has become a big thing that they've had to do risk assessment for, is because of how much this is affecting the cost of international shipping. So I think it's really important to recognize that, on top of the fact that it's interestingly enough, the Saudis were basically we're not touching this,
Yeah.
which I thought was quite fascinating. I'll go ahead. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I think it's a notable point. I mean, just the fact that at one point yesterday in the morning, I wake up and I'm hearing all this there's going to be this big new naval thing and it's going to involve everyone and America's going to lead it and Saudi Arabia is going to be involved. And by the end of the day, it was well, we're not quite clear what the composition of this is going to be and perhaps it's not going to happen. I think it's an important point that you made. And, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which you have previously mentioned, which basically, if you go look on a map, it's the waterway that goes between Yemen and Eritrea to get into the Red Sea, to go through the Suez Canal. The only other way to get the goods into Europe and other places through the Mediterranean is to go all the way around the Cape of Good Hope, right? So all the way around Africa. So that gives you a sense of the added cost that would have, going from India all the way around Africa, as opposed to going through the Suez Canal. And as I always try to explain to people, you remember when that ship got stuck in the Suez Canal and what a big drama that was. It gives you a sense of how much of the world's commerce, I'm not going to state a percentage because I don't have it in front of me now, but a very significant percentage that's going through there on a daily and a monthly basis. And Yemen has now disrupted that. And it's also worth noting that the U.S. National Defense Strategy, the number 2 goal for the region of the Middle East and West Asia, is to prevent people from being able to disrupt what's happening in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So it gives you a sense of how strategically important it is. And of course, Yemen is also launching the drones at Iliad. And I saw a Politburo member of the Yemeni government, of the party that leads the Ansar Allah, say yesterday on Twitter, he said, how far from Iliad is the Dimona reactor, which is Israel's, domestic civilian nuclear reactor that provides a lot of its, electricity and things like that. So the Yemenis are not backing down whatsoever. I was reading some, one of these rabid anti-Iran, pro-Israel analyst talking to some sort of off-brand magazine that's about the region, and he was saying, a lot of countries, they're afraid to retaliate because they don't want to be bombed, but Yemen, they don't care because they've already been bombed for decades and decades and decades, so they're ready for it. So you have to say, it's I think there's a reason why they have become so beloved around the Arab world, what's happening in Yemen and around the world, because I thought Jahan put it well. This is why isn't anyone else stepping in? That's what a lot of people feel. The slaughter is so bad, and this small, poor, blockaded country is willing to risk everything. They'd had some of the sanctions removed. They're risking putting them back on. They're risking being bombed. They're risking being even more blockaded just to do something to try to aid the people of Gaza. And I think that we know for an absolute fact that it's entering into the mindset of many of these other governments, that the longer it continues, the more they're going to have to worry about what's happening there. And one thing I'll also note is that the ship that you're seeing now, they took over in the helicopter, the Galaxy Leader, has become a bit of a tourist attraction. I think it's in Hodeida Port. I actually saw some guys take their graduation photo on the deck there. So some interesting social media content from that one. But nonetheless, I think that, Yemen in many ways is exemplifying
so cool.
Deeply rooted aspect of the Palestinian cause in many communities and many countries around the world, where, people want to take action. They want to do something. They want to do what they can, really. So interesting to see how it develops, but no doubt about that. As another Houthi Central Committee member said right after they took the first ship, until the end of the slaughter of Gaza, every Israeli ship goes around the Cape of Good Hope. So, nonetheless,
so cool.
A form of material support there, Rania.
That is so cool. And we're going I'll link the video in the chat. As always, make sure to subscribe to Breakthrough News. We're going to look at some more of their stuff too. They have another interview that was just released today. This is what Dakadoon sent over. This is some of the TikToks that are coming off of this this ship as well.
Yalla goodbye. Yalla goodbye. Yalla goodbye. Imma fresh, imma clean, parachute fly. Ikom biex tintajja. Yalla goodbye. Yalla goodbye. Yalla goodbye. Setz mich auf Gäste, das ist Sommer plus 3. Doch komm mit 10, kein Problem. Yalla goodbye. Yalla goodbye.
That does go hard AF. It does. Yeah. I agree. Everything about this goes hard AF. Very cool. Anyway, there's some more stuff from Breakthrough News. So they just released this clip today. Another Rania Khalek interview.
23rd of November 2023. And Gaza is still under the fire and under the war. This war which left thousands of victims and injuries, and thousands of houses and buildings were destroyed totally.
I'm actually surprised we're seeing these ads
from
on
humanitarian crisis, where they don't have the ability to afford the basic needs of life like water, electricity, and food. Today, on behalf of Ummah Relief, we implement the projects of preparing hot meals to distribute these hot meals to the needy people in Al-Baghazi camp. The people in this camp, which contains thousands of displaced people from different areas from Gaza, especially from the north of Gaza. Thank you for your support. Thanks for Ummah Relief and for Alpha for their efforts to support the Palestinian people and especially Gaza Strip. And we hope you to give more where the people in need for your help and your aid.
Every time you feel helpless and hopeless, the light in the end of the tunnel has become near. It is a 75-year-old. I want you to remember the Algerians. I want you to remember the South Africans. I want you to remember every liberation movement in the world. And every movement it put...
Yeah, what was the deal with Biden talking about his father being in the kibbutz? What the fuck was that all about? Like, what the hell? I do not think this man is running in 1 year from now, running to be president of the United States again. I really don't. I really, really do not.
We call it million martyrs, Algeria.
Yeah.
28 million people died in the war between Russia and Nazi Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Liberation costs lives.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rania
Probably
Khalek,
meant to
and
say
this
a father,
is Dispatches.
probably, yeah.
Israel's genocide in Gaza has entered its third month, and there doesn't seem to be any end to the horrors. There appear to be no red lines for what Israel can get away with. Its army can wipe out entire neighborhoods, displace nearly 2 million people, bomb the so-called safe zones, desecrate and vandalize Palestinian homes and institutions, celebrate their genocidal intent, hunt journalists.
I'm just going to put this on for a moment, folks. I'm going to take a small, I just got to take a little break for a moment. Put this on. I'll be right back. Okay.
And intellectuals starve premature babies. And U.S. officials from Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken to their robot spokespeople will gladly justify it. Because to them, everyone and everything in Gaza is Hamas and killable. From the hospitals and doctors to babies in incubators. Watching them twist themselves into knots to justify genocide, you start to think maybe they believe that Hamas is inside the veins of every Palestinian. And as Israel's destructive capacity spreads to Lebanon, you can just hear the justification that Hezbollah is inside every Lebanese as well. To help us understand the view from West Asia about the genocide in Gaza and the racist behavior of the so-called civilized West, I'm joined by Lebanese journalist Ghadi Francis. But before we jump into it, this is just part of this episode. The full interview is available to Breakthrough News members only. You can become a member at patreon.com/breakthrough news. And as always, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell so you get a notification whenever we post new content. And if you appreciate this show, you can also donate below on YouTube. Ghadi, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Rania.
It's so good to have you on, and there's so much to talk about. And just for our audience who aren't familiar with your excellent work and your background, before we talk about Gaza, Lebanon, and the West, can you give us an idea about your background? Tell us about yourself, your history as a journalist.
Well, for once, I didn't choose to be a journalist. I was always active. I had in mind to study something else in uni, but being in Lebanon, my life actually, I wanted to have a voice. And this is how I became a journalist. I never studied journalism, Rania, by the way. And my background is I just started, and it took me to become a war correspondent because the region. So one step after the other, I became a really informed journalist about the region because I've been to Yemen, I've been to Iran, I've been to Turkey, I've been to Cyprus, I've been to all the places in the region, and I have exclusively gone to some points. Like, you know, as a journalist, this really it strengthens your exposure when you go to different places and you do some exclusives. And I was a very, really young author. I had a book on Syria maybe 12 years ago in the beginning of the uprising, when it was still an uprising in Syria, before it even became a civil war. So this is my background, basically. I've been all around the Middle East in war zones, and I have written in most of the newspapers that like the good ones, because we have a lot of media outlets nowadays. I've been in As-Safir, Al-Akhbar newspapers. Those are the two leading newspapers of Lebanon. I have written for different places. And now I work with a global television called WION as West Asia correspondent. And I do work in Iraq, and wherever there's war, we have something to do.
Yeah. And you are always there. I want to get into some of that because you have been on the ground in so many places and have so much insight. But as somebody who, you know, has spent your life in Lebanon, you were born and raised in Lebanon. And I know that you watch a lot of these clips and from media outlets in the US and in Europe where they describe like, oh, we all hate Israel for either no reason or because Israel's better than us or because we're all just a bunch of raging anti-Semites. So I want you, from your position, to explain your relationship to Israel growing up in a place like Lebanon.
Well, if I want to go back to it, like a history of it, the first time I was introduced to the word Israel, it was, who bombed these children? Israel. And I was a child. I'm talking about Anaqid al-Ghadab. I was around maybe 7 years old. And 7-year-old kids were killed in a UN shelter in Qana. I remember these. This is the first time I got to understand what is, like, there is something called Israel. Now, my parents and I have been brought up in a house that it has Palestine, like it's not only something we are in solidarity with. We have a certain way of bringing up, and we always have considered Israel an occupation of our land in Palestine. I have never looked at myself as a Lebanese, and whatever happens in Palestine is in Palestine. This is our relationship to Israel. It is an occupation, colonial, ethno-state that came and took the lands of our people. Even like my grandma is older than that occupation. So my knowledge about them was the first war when I was a kid. This is my relationship with them.
And it hasn't changed.
No. So they ask you, why do you hate them? Well, let me understand which people in the whole human history, is there any such thing as indigenous people loving their occupier? Of course we hate them. Of course we want to. Where did indigenous people love the occupier? Only those traitors did back in the history. I'm talking about each and every place. Not the Middle East, not Muslims, not brown people. No. Where did anyone like their occupier? Did the Irish like their occupier? Did the Americans like when they had someone else choose for them. Did any people in the world, in history, like to be occupied and killed? Of course we hate our occupier. We will resist our occupier.
Well, my question is, and we don't talk about this enough, we need to talk about the anti-French racism of the Vietnamese. We don't condemn enough the anti-French racism of the Vietnamese, or the anti-American racism of the Vietnamese, for that matter. Why do the Vietnamese hate French people? Just for no reason. They're just born that way, and their parents just teach their kids to hate the French and hate the Americans. Absolutely disgusting to me that we don't talk about this enough. We need to condemn the Vietnamese for their anti-French rhetoric and actions and hatred.
We hate them, and we don't like to kill them. But here it's either you kill or you get killed. And they came after us. We did not go after them in Poland or in Germany or in Russia or in America, where they actually were born, where they actually have roots and ancestry. We didn't go after them in their homes. They came to our. Wouldn't you defend your home? I'm really like when they say you hate Israel, you're an anti-Semite. We are Semites. How can I be an anti-Semite? I mean, this is really idiotic at that point, because even saying free Palestine is anti-Semitic. Whatever, so whatever. Okay, you choose what you want to say, what you want to make a propaganda about, and we choose how we want to live. At that point, Rania, I genuinely don't care anymore, because I know that people know now. All around the world, they know now. And we're seeing the failed propaganda and the failed victim, the victim image they're trying to make. So everybody knows the truth now. I don't really need to get to be as angry.
Calling for a ceasefire is also
as I was maybe 2-3 years ago.
Yeah. Israel's done a huge service for the world in many ways by showing who they actually are. But you know what? It's really interesting when you talk about the way you view Palestine, because people always think that before they know that my family's actually Lebanese, they think I'm Palestinian, like Americans. They always just assume that I'm Palestinian, but I'm also like, well, I don't really see myself as different just because they don't understand these colonial borders, like Palestine, Lebanon, Syria. It's like, we all have family in each of these places because a bunch of Europeans came and drew borders. And so when people are like, oh, you're not Palestinian, you're not even Muslim, I'm like, then why do you care about it? I'm like, it's still like my part of the world. But anyways, I want to move on for a moment to the issue of the West, because, oftentimes we have these white people who get to pontificate and tell us what they think about our region of the world. But I like the idea of, us and actually people who are born and raised in this region getting to give their view of what they think of the West. So as this genocide has unfolded, I'm curious if your view of the West has changed at all, if you've been a bit shocked by the behavior of Western officials, or of just the really disgusting level of racism that we've seen. And here I am talking about officials, because I think in a lot of places, people on the ground have a different view. But go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Rania, I just to understand, what we have here is a product of many years. So, but can we recap the question, because something happened while you were talking?
Yeah, I don't know. No, let me do that again, because there was like a YouTube video started playing and I had to close my window. Let me start over.
Yeah,
I'm gonna cut this out. I just have to put a time.
But I couldn't. Okay, if you're gonna start,
I couldn't. No. Let me start over what I said. I'm gonna rephrase the question. I'm gonna say the question again, but 1 second, I have to.
About the white people, what do we think of them?
Edit that.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. 8:49 cut. Okay, let me say it again. Ghadi, I want to shift to an issue related to the West. Oftentimes when, you see people on television talking about what's happening in the Middle East, it's always these white people who get to give their opinions about, Lebanon, Syria, or, Palestine, or they're talking about Latin America, or they talk about Asia. It's always some white person. It's never people from those regions. So I want to switch it around for a moment and ask you, as somebody who's from the Middle East, who's born and raised in Lebanon, what is your view about what we're witnessing in the West right now in terms of just the insane level of racism we're seeing from Western officials, and just their almost enthusiasm for the genocide we're watching unfold? And how's your view of the West because of this shifted at all since October 7th?
I'm not really surprised. I'm not really surprised because if it weren't for the West in the first place, we wouldn't have an occupation called Israel in our region. So the West actually did that. It's really time for us to differentiate. They call it the Jewish state. No, the Jews are saying, not in my name. It's not a Jewish state. It is a Western colonization, and the Jews in Israel are the actual human shields. So our problem is not with the human that is sitting on my land in northern Palestine. He's not my problem. My problem is the system that bought him. You know, some people are very innocent. They don't know where they are. They don't know what they're doing. And we've seen on social media how many have like reverted. If you've seen on TikTok, many of the activists that were brought and fed this propaganda from the United States in particular, they came out and they spoke about it. And they said, I'm an ex-Zionist and this is what I think. Countless, we're seeing that. So my problem is not with these people that took my land here. In the first place, the West brought them. Because the West is the anti-Semitic that did not want to take in the actual refugees because the West, Europe, killed them. You know, we are paying the price. We are paying the price, which is actually a genocide, for the genocide twice. You know, they killed the Jews and they brought some people here to kill us as well. And it's very similar genocide. So when we talk about the West, I think the West is changing. The people are changing. I don't think there's such thing as West and East anymore. Because I've seen Japan, I've seen Australia, I've seen China, I've seen Russia. There's a very big monopoly in the world and everything is changing. You know why? Because there's a new generation, there's a new train of thoughts, there's a new economy. And now one click wherever you are in the world is a voice sometimes on a social media platform. So I think we should not think about the West as something that is definite. I think they will change as well, because these people that are in the streets are voters. And the people that are gaining awareness are voters as well. So if you want to tell the West what a Middle Eastern person thinks about them, I think every country does what comes in their good. I don't have a problem with them being greedy, wanting our oil, our resources. Okay, I have a problem with us not being strong enough to defend ourselves. Because if they weren't strong enough, someone else would have come to their land and done the same thing. From the dawn of history, it has always been this kind of rivalry between empires. But the thing is, it has become so when they tell you about the kings of Europe and they used to put like heads and burn people and, you know, and torch people and put heads on the knives and whatever well, it's happening, but in a different way. Now there's no more such thing as international law. This is all has just fallen. And there is the hegemony, which is not one king or one royalty anymore, but this hegemony is the one that's doing the same kinds of crime. Now we are the victim for this turn of history. But I don't think any victim remained the victim forever. We will liberate our land. The West will do what they want. In the end, we will liberate our land.
It does, though, seem like I mean, you're not surprised, but I've been personally, I guess, a bit stunned by just how far the Biden administration and its various spokespeople have been willing to go to justify everything that Israel does. Like, it seems like they're totally willing to let Israel just like wipe out Gaza. And I actually want to show a clip real quick and I want to see your reaction to it. Maybe you've already seen it, but this one really, I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm just going to play part of it. This is, I believe his name is Matt Miller. He's, I want to say the State Department spokesperson, but at this point, they all just become the same person to me. State Department, White House spokespeople, they all look the same to me. They just look like a bunch of robots who all they do is just blab about on and on about how it's okay that Israel kills. But this one really stunned me. Here we go.
Yeah, Saeed, go ahead.
So I understand you correctly. You're saying that the killing of 700 Palestinians over a period of 24.
Saeed, I always like when I use my own words, not when you try to put words in my mouth.
I want to understand what you said.
Insane to continue to make this
argument.
argument.
That we have seen improvement. I'm asking you directly. You think that the killing of 700 people in 24-hour period is an improvement? So I'm just asking you to say yes or no.
I don't
in
think,
accordance to what you said.
So Saeed, I don't think you were listening very closely to what I said.
I was listening very closely.
Well, clearly not, because what I said
Right.
is we have seen improvement in their plans for Khan Yunis, their plans for the South. We have seen them evacuate specific neighborhoods rather than entire areas. So the numbers of displaced persons will hopefully be lower in southern Gaza than it was in the north. There. But when it comes to results, we are going to monitor it very closely. And I think I was pretty clear about that. And I think the secretary was pretty clear about that on Thursday.
We're monitoring it very closely. That's what he says. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, sir. You're monitoring it. Like, what are you going to do with this monitoring when you monitor the fact that they've ignored all your little advice that you tried to give them about protecting civilians and not doing genocide and not doing ethnic cleansing? What then? After you monitor this, what's going to happen? Oh, nothing at all? Okay. Yeah, thank you. We're looking into it very strongly. What an embarrassment. We've got the very best people looking at it very strongly.
Mute this guy because he's making me mad. I'm just curious.
Even that part, the 1,200 people, turns out IDF killed according to Haaretz.
Well, yeah, that's right. We don't hear anything about that in American media, though. They haven't said a word about the fact that Israel bombed its own people.
They really said nothing about that.
But I'm just curious, like when you see clips like that, because it makes my blood boil. It's like Hamas lives inside the veins of every Palestinian or something, like that makes them killable. That's why you can kill babies, because Hamas is inside every baby. I'm just curious your response when you see those sorts of statements from American spokespeople.
I don't want to be
like, remember too that clip when they said we found a copy of Mein Kampf in a child's living room. I think that's what they called it. Remember that? We found this copy of Mein Kampf in a child's living room. The suggestion there is that Palestinians are Nazis who, according to these Zionists, were actually not actually that bad. And they're teaching these children these ideals. That's why it's okay. That's why it's okay to just kill thousands of children. That's exactly why. And that's good enough for the U.S. government to say, yep, okay, good. Please continue. But they're doing their best. They're doing their best to avoid this, and we're really looking into it. The pristine copy of a graphic novel, yeah. They really think that we're stupid. And many people are.
Answering to all of your questions by that did not surprise me, but that doesn't surprise me because the Biden administration, once they stepped into office, I did the research, about 12 personalities, Blinken, Austin, Avril Haines, Victoria Nolan. Do I need to explain further? Avril Haines was tried for attacking civilians while attacking Al-Qaeda. That is an Obama officer. She was, just go Google what she's been through. Avril Haines. Anthony Blinken, what he's done. Where does he work? Why is he a CEO of an arms company? Who is Victoria Nolan? And what are her links to the weapon companies as well? As per Lloyd Austin, where does he come from? And what has he done in the Middle East in the past 20 years? These are 12 eagles of the war in the Biden administration. This is what I called them in Arabic. I'm trying like a very lousy kind of translation. But really, the people, even the Ministry of Finance, they have 12 very important positions in the administration. And I think Joe Biden has showed the world how capable he is as a human. And I don't like to be an ageist or a sexist. But we all know that he's not the person making the calls. There's an administration. The United States of America runs in an administration, and a very solid and powerful one. Steve Ricchetti, the lobbyist, why is he now a part of the White House? And why did Joe Biden need him? And they need to change the law for him. The 12 people that were like handed in this administration with Biden's arrival are not Kamala Harris, are not Joe Biden and his wife. We should research into Anthony Blinken, into his... So when we are talking, these people, they worked to make bills, billion-dollar funds inside the Senate and inside the Congress. They lobbied for Israel for more than a decade or two, some of them. They have lobbied for Israel. So we're not talking about the American administration here. There's someone who is really occupied over there as well. The American people really, they don't want to wage war on us. I don't have a problem with the Americans. I love them. They are sweet people. They have the best technologies. They've given the world a lot of science.
Some of them, I assume, are good
in an
people.
American system school. I'm grateful for much of what happened to the world because of the United States. But
we did see that 10,000
these
sandwiches.
people are taking the United States into a place of killing babies. So maybe we should send them home and make a different administration there as well. When this spokesperson comes out and speaks like that, well, who has hired him? He's been hired to do that.
I respectfully agree,
they are
Lady.
Israeli,
It's just kind of, you're right, and maybe it's naive on my part. I just like have a hard time thinking like, how does this person spend his days going to work, justifying starving babies, and then go home and have dinner with his family? It's
because they tell themselves
and they like
that
put up
it
a
is,
Christmas tree. They're like, there's
not a
look
bad
at this,
thing
their
to
values
do.
are on display.
You know,
They're putting up a tree.
I've read a book after the genocide, the Nazis. They have been really researched, and I think in such times when another genocide is happening and it's actually televised, it's good to read into that. I was reading something, Rania. You know, there's a psychological effect. Nobody thinks they're a bad person, even those that are slaughtering babies. They think they're freeing the world, maybe. Well, this is why our war is a propaganda war. Poor thing. Do you really? I mean, this idiot that got killed yesterday from the IDF. Are you a serious parent? Giving your
By the way, like there's been reporting that's been done as well that like I think what is it 20% of IDF casualties in Gaza are friendly fire. Like what the fuck what are these guys doing with all the money and weapons and training that they're getting? Like they just can't stop killing each other. And again, Biden says like it's the only safe place for Jewish people in the world. And these guys are out there shooting each other. They're shooting each other from Apache helicopters and tanks on October 7th. And they're shooting each other in Gaza as well. Like, what are these guys doing?
Your daughter a birthday present of killing kids? What kind of daughter are you raising? So now he's killed. Hamas has killed him. Well, Hamas is bad. But him sending his very young daughter a video about how he's gonna kill other kids, that's not bad. That's great, actually, according to the West.
According to the West, there's 40 beheaded babies that we have to care about.
We don't know who are they, by the way. And the raped women. Why don't they come out and speak? Why is it only like someone told me? It's really like they do in my village. You know, we have a small Lebanese village. I'm sure you know. Everybody knows about. It's like sarsara. It's like gossip in the village. Well, someone told me that they stripped her, and not trying to make rape something normal at all.
It's not.
But we are journalists. We need proof. We need names. And even after those, for some people, they say, it's made up. If it's a Hollywood.
Well, Dana, it just took me so long to do that simple reply with the thumbs up. 5 minutes later after your comment that I'm replying to. Jesus. Maybe we just give them more weapons. Maybe that's the solution. Like, Jesus Christ, at this point, we're talking about Israel's right to defend itself. Like, maybe if we want to protect Jewish people in Israel, we should stop sending them weapons. It seems like the weapons that we're sending them are being used on themselves.
Actor, we don't buy that. With evidence, you know, if it's a powerful tycoon. I mean, we all know what happened to Epstein. He was still, everyone caught him, and he was still outside. And he was
You
still
give
out.
them even more
and in the end, he went
precise
to prison,
weapons.
but
They can
he
really
can go like he has a time.
A laser
He goes 6
targeted
hours to
surgical
prison, 6
strike on
hours
a
to home.
fucking orphanage
And he was
or
not.
whatever.
He was trafficking people, even more than rape. So sometimes it's very cool how they want us to believe that they raped women. Because, and the Guardian puts 3 sentences. The Guardian, journalism. We're journalists, Rania. It's all gossip now at that point. Where are the beheaded babies?
But you know what we do have proof of? We have proof of stripping men down and taking images of them. And we have many Palestinians coming forward after being released from prison saying they were sexually assaulted or threatened with rape or had their family members threatened with rape. And none of that ever makes it into any mainstream media
And
headline.
We are from a community, Rania, that even if you're raped, you don't speak out as a woman.
I mean, I think that's pretty normal around the world.
I'm sure. Just like I'm sure my name is Ghadi, I am sure women have been raped Israeli IDF has a problem with actually raping their own. And we've seen investigative reports about that. Do you think they wouldn't rape women?
I mean, according to CNN's Dana Bash, Israelis don't rape Palestinian women. She actually said that. She said Israeli soldiers don't rape Palestinian women.
I'm asking you about Hamas. In fact,
I already answered your question, Dana. I said it's horrific, and I think that rape is horrific, sexual assault is horrific. I think that it happens in war situations. Terrorist organizations like Hamas obviously are using these as tools. However, I think we have to be balanced about bringing in the outrages against Palestinians. 15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, 3/4 of whom are women and children.
And it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping.
Well, Dana, I think
women.
we're not.
She made that statement and nobody challenged her.
God, that is insane.
Because it's also a racist view. It's a very racist view. It's the idea of these brown savages can't help themselves around white women. So of course they did mass rape, but these white Israelis, they would never touch a disgusting Palestinian woman. However, I want to shift to Lebanon, where we are talking from at the moment. And I'm sure you've been watching the news. There's been this kind of rise in threats from the Israelis about what they're going to do in Lebanon. And now there's some panic among the Lebanese again, which is kind of the way it's been the last 2 months, that Israel's preparing some kind of major escalation in the north to fulfill their, we got to push Hezbollah past the Litani River, like insane agenda. So they're threatening to do to Lebanon what they've done to Gaza. They're saying we're going to turn Beirut into Gaza. They've been saying that for forever. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think the Israelis would actually?
We're waiting for them, Rania. Waiting for them. We're waiting for them. Let them come. If they can, why not come? In the year 1982, they were drinking coffee in Al-Hamra. And there was a student. He wasn't 20 years old. He doesn't have a weapon. He just went, he knocked the door relentlessly, give me a gun. He got a gun and he killed the 3 soldiers inside Beirut because they were occupation forces. That's year 1982 when they came to Beirut. We are very ready. We are the only people who actually beat them. They tried for 33 years. They bombed from the air, from the sea, from the ground with their tanks. Well, Google what happened to the Merkava when they thought about coming to southern Lebanon. Oh, it was really something tremendous. We discovered new ways of burning the Merkava. Even like now, after the clips of Al-Qassam, I mean, we cannot really brag anymore, but we did it very long time ago. So we really showed them their lesson. They cannot come. If they could, they would. When they could, they did. They can't. And they know exactly that Hezbollah that beat them in 2006, they call it Hezbollah, the world calls it Hezbollah. Every time I say it, I like to call it the Lebanon resistance beat them because Lebanon won over the occupation that kills anyone because they're Lebanese. They don't think who's inside the building and they bomb it. They don't like the rest of the Lebanese and hate Hezbollah. They never did. So Hezbollah is basically the group that defends Lebanon because Lebanon, although it has a state, it doesn't have the strength in the state. So if they could, they would. But today I was just telling a friend, a Palestinian friend, she's telling me, aren't you really worried? Just something similar to your question, Rania. I said, not only I'm not worried, although I have like 1,000 issues with Hezbollah as a political entity and ideology, I am at a stage where I genuinely trust them. I genuinely trust their strength. I genuinely trust their capability to protect us. And when you look at Lebanon, I know you know, when you look at Beirut and you see, well, we don't fear the war here. We don't feel the war when we are clubbing. We don't feel the war when we are shopping. We don't feel the war in Lebanon. Only the southern part of Lebanon feels it. You know why? Because there's this resistance. Because we're lucky enough not to feel it. Because there are strong men sitting under the rain and protecting us. So it's time to be grateful, you know. Regardless of the politics, it's time to be grateful. I can tell you, I genuinely trust that the Israelis cannot. Not would not, cannot. They cannot win and they will never win over Lebanon. They are not winning over Palestine, for God's sake. And Gaza is besieged. Did you ever see them really Did you ever see them kill any Hamas? We saw them doing a video clip. It was more like a video clip for music video or something. They fought with a wall, and even the Israelis were like, show us the fight. We're fighting with a wall. I could see the comments. So they couldn't even kill any Al-Qassam person, any Hamas actual person. For 60 days of relentless bombing over ABC. Wallah, innahu Lubnan ya Azizi in Arabic. It's Lebanon, dear. They can't.
Well, also, I'm curious, okay, should the war escalate further? You know, Lebanon has a very polarized political system where you have people who, on the one hand, they complain, oh, Hezbollah is not doing enough. What kind of resistance is this? And then others complain, Hezbollah is doing too much. You know, they're going to drag us into war. There is concern that if this escalates further, you will see a huge internal divide in Lebanon, which I don't think is untrue. I guess, how would you very briefly explain that divide? Because Lebanon can be quite a confusing place.
I can really, like, in a nutshell, before there was anything called Israel, there were Lebanese people working for the Zionists. I can refer to a book called Al-Mataha Al-Lubnaniya. It is an Arabized version of Israeli studies and Israeli own biography from these people and Zionists about the Lebanese relationships with the Zionists since 1918 till 1958. And I can show you the book. Maybe it's like the blue one here. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, there's a lot of books.
One?
Maybe there is a blue book. No. There's a couple blue books.
Yeah, that's the blue book. Exactly. So according to this book, before there was even something called Israel, they were a part of the Lebanese. They were dreaming, and they were like the Europeans convinced them that there would be a Maronite state or a Christian state next to a Jewish state, and you live happily ever after like the West. So some people bought that, and they were really lobbying for it. And some people actually funded and helped and sold lands and etc. The Lebanese, what I'm trying to tell you is there has always been a part of Lebanon that is pro-Zionism.
Yeah, it's true.
This is not new. There was, at a certain point, there was a president that was going to become a president. And he had pictures and meetings with Ariel Sharon while Ariel Sharon was killing kids in Lebanon. So he was part of that, armed by that, trained by that. We still have Lebanese forces who are openly saying every time in every interview when asked, yes, we were trained in Israel. So is it really weird? No. Is it really new? No. Does it really matter? No. Is it relevant? They've got ballistic missiles. Let them talk in politics. I think this is what Hezbollah would say. Let them talk in politics. They've never liked us in politics. I mean, the actual state of Lebanon has never been pro-resistance. Only one president was really openly that, and he was basically taught a lesson. I mean, I'm talking about Emil Lahoud, and then I'm talking Michel Aoun. When he came, there was so much compromise. We cannot now speak about this. But in general, very, very, very few times that the Lebanon state was actually pro-resisting. They just do this formula and they say we are with the Arab initiative of two-state solution. They just do the poetry that they need to get the day going, you know, but they don't really care.
Well, I wanna shift to Gaza because I think it's really important that you've actually visited Gaza.
Yes, Sabra, they named the Hamas
and you know we're
massacre,
told that Hamas is hiding inside of
I
everything. So I'm just curious, as a journalist who's been there.
Do you want to see the tunnel?
Yeah, did you see? Actually, I mean, you have seen.
I actually have a hard disk here. I was looking at my footages. Do you want to see the tunnel?
The tunnel, you have the tunnel. Yeah, show me. Is the tunnel under your chair? Because you know, as soon as they start, if they do start escalating further in Lebanon, they're just going to say everything's Hezbollah. Everything's a Hezbollah tunnel. Everything's a Hezbollah hospital. They'll do the same exact thing, the same exact formula. But you have been to Gaza. Go ahead.
I was referring to the tunnels here. I have a footage with me in the office from me going inside the tunnels, and you can see what the tunnel is actually like.
That's also, but the fact that you've been there, I mean, not very many people have been to Gaza. You went there, I think you told me it was like the year, I want to say 2012?
January 2013.
Oh, 13.
I think, Joe, you're talking about the hummus
I'm just
or whatever,
curious, like, what was your
I think
experience?
it's kind of a plausible deniability thing.
I think you went through one. You walked through one.
Because they couldn't just come out and
talked to people.
say.
Was it, I don't know, just your thoughts when you see what's happening now and then kind of reflecting on your on your time spent there?
Oh, no. It's not
I
named
saw
after the
two
massacre.
tunnels. I
No,
entered
it's
via
this
a
different
tunnel
thing.
and I exited via a tunnel. And it's not for the fun of it or because I wanted to as a journalist, but because the Egyptian regime doesn't allow us to go to Gaza. If you think the siege is new, no, Rafah is always closed. I went not because, exotic experience. I had to get into Gaza. I had to go in the tunnel. And there were some tunnels that are used all of the time by civilians to get medicine, to get out of the prison. And everybody knows about them. Some people say it's 800, some people say it's 1,200, 1,200. I'm talking more than 10 years ago. Okay, we're saying exactly 11 years ago. I mean, next month it will be 11 years ago. So the tunnel is, I just went to a place and I waited in the room and we entered into Gaza. How was the experience in Gaza? Up so far, I've never seen anyone smarter than the people I've seen there. They're really very smart and very educated, and they crush every stereotype you might have about them. They have 4 big universities in such a small area because it's like 45 kilometers and 7 kilometers width. So that's it. There is 4 universities, and what surprised me was the old part of the town, very beautiful architecture, and that was all there. Now, when I look at all the rushes, Rania, it eats me in the heart that everywhere I've been to is not present anymore. Al-Rimal, Jabalia, because I actually stayed at a colleague's place in Mukhayyam, Jabalia. And Beit Lahia, which is like the actual place they took first, I also have been there. So it's very small. I have memories in each and every part of Gaza, and I have friends that have died, and I have friends that are in distress. And regardless, if you're a human, it touches you.
Yeah.
But I think because I went to Gaza, I'm lucky because I saw it and I can narrate. And I would really like if you can, because I have a lot of emotions and a lot of information to share. I would really like if you can narrow it down to what part of my experience you would want me to expose.
Well, when we think about Gaza, and this is maybe more of an abstract concept, but because you've been there, I guess I'd want you to respond to this. There's a lot of talk among people in the West. You'll hear often, why did Hamas do this on October 7th? They knew the response was going to be crazy. Why would they risk this? But when we look at Gaza is not just some normal place that's under occupation. It's been marked for elimination. You mentioned a siege. It's been under siege since 2005, 2006. It's been people in Gaza were put on a diet, and Israel literally says that they go in every few years to so-called mow the lawn. Every few years, Gaza is subjected to a horrific military campaign. This is the worst we've ever seen, obviously, but it's like asking people who are living there, because you met people who are living there, they don't get to leave. They're in a prison. They've turned Gaza into a prison. It's like these people were marked for death. And so you're telling them, just keep living that way and don't fight back. And then you're going to blame them if they do fight back for the response from their psychotic genocidal occupier. So I guess, how do you respond to that? How do you respond to that, having been there? The idea, how dare they launch this crazy campaign? It was reckless. They knew it was going to bring this wrath of Israel. You know what I mean? How do you respond to that?
Well, I genuinely think that on the day, something messy happened. I don't think that Al-Qassam brigades wanted to do everything that happened. And, we've been hearing reports about a lot of mess that happened. Some civilians entered, other groups entered. So every time we say October 7, I just like to put in some more information about that day. Even the RAF, maybe, I think it was supposed to be a clean hostage swap operation, like the one that Lebanon did. And it turned messy, and it was accelerated and intensified by the IDF exchange, which basically exacerbated that exchange on that day and killed so many people. So back to that. People aren't on a normal life in Gaza, just like you said.
Loden, put your jaw back up
nobody
into your
wants
mouth.
to
Pick it up off the floor. It's enough.
leave everything and go live somewhere else. They chose to stay, they chose to resist, and they know their destiny. What the people cannot understand about us humans, that we are, it's like it's die or resist here. We don't have the luxury to choose. Especially people in Gaza, I cannot forget how the basic necessities of life were something very big. And the
Sorry, I was
amount
just
of
trying
kids, but there's
something.
something also their awareness, their mental strength. I think because of what they're living, they will teach the world new lessons about survival, and we will hear a lot of stories. Like, up until today, the humanity says the Stalingrad, the Vietnam, the siege. Humanity will talk about Gaza. No medicine, and the doctors and the everything. So, no, people are not living a normal life, and their land is occupied. And maybe Gaza has, as bad as life is in Gaza, as bad as it is as like besieged, they are the freest. They are living their reality. They are living their reality. They have nothing to fear. Americans are afraid. They are afraid of death. They're afraid of, I don't know, getting fat or getting thin or losing their money. Okay, they have different fears, different lives, different styles. They would not maybe understand.
I mean, Americans are fucking
okay,
petrified that El Salvadorian drug gangs are going to like come into their neighborhoods in like suburban fucking Kansas or something. Like that's they're the most powerful nation in the world. They're terrified of shadows. The newsman says on TV, "Oh, here's the big baddie of the day. It's MS-13. It's Hamas. It's whoever. It's this. It's whatever bad guy of the day." And Americans go, "Oh, get my gun." Oh. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Old Dutch. This is why people have to listen to people from other regions to get an accurate view of the world. You never hear this kind of frank conversation anywhere in the West. And that's why I really appreciate the work that Rania does with these kinds of conversations. It's true. I'm going to shoot Rob, says Orb Lady. Orb Lady's always threatening to shoot people. I think it's becoming a problem. I feel scared and intimidated right now, okay? I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe right now.
Do you understand how much there is a dense population?
Those orbs are bullets.
How bad it is over there? Do you have an understanding that even like they don't have kinds of food that they want? They have whatever is left there, and probably they send them. The Israelis send them the things expired. The bad chicken. This is what they do, and you have all these. But meanwhile, in Gaza, no Israeli can come and tackle you. No Israeli can come and imprison you. So this small prison made its own community that was able to breed such big resistance. But we tend to forget that the West Bank, the kind of struggle and the kind of agony that the Palestinian lives under direct occupation is very tragic as well. Every day when you go to school, every single day, every kid that goes to school gets searched and tackled and touched and harassed. And they pass on multiple checkpoints. So maybe people in Gaza used to feel that they are the Palestinian refugees that came from other parts of Palestine, but they did not need to deal with their enemy. They did not need to take papers from their enemy. And they thought of their prison as the freest of the Palestinians in the time being. I mean, let's talk about the Palestinians abroad. They are in pain. They cannot speak. They lose their jobs. They are dehumanized every single day. I'm talking about my Palestinian friends all across the world. What they're living as well is so big. So, I mean, when you ask me now as a Lebanese, do I prefer to ache here or to ache in this? I prefer to be here in my land rather than live outside with this different kind of pain as well. So people in Gaza are stayed in their land. They don't deal with the Israelis. This is why they
Dave, kind of a sus comment, I gotta say.
And this is why they are cracking down more and more on the Palestinians in the West Bank and in the occupied parts of Palestine.
Don't make it weird.
I know you just told me they will mow the lawn. Yes, this is how they think. This is what Netanyahu is thinking. But you know what my problem is? My problem is with journalists, Lebanese, or any humans that say it in their analysis just like, very easily, and they carry on with the next sentence. Some people are saying mowing the lawn was like as if we're talking about a diplomatic issue. It has become what kind of dread it is. It has become so simple to say I will eliminate 100,000 people every few years. And how bad it was for one human who died in like unknown conditions, but her name was Mahsa Amini. She was so precious to everyone.
I still is. She still is. You still see more attention or care for her death than you do for 8,000 Palestinian babies.
You know what kind of genes she has? And why is she different as a human than you, me, or any other human that can be killed while sleeping in their home? The 20,000 plus, I don't know, they might be like 25,000. We're just throwing numbers because they're more under the rubble. There are places where nobody has reached. I'm talking about testimonies from inside Gaza. So here we are.
Here we are. And I want to ask you also about the issue of journalists. I mean, there's two aspects of this. One is the fact that Israel is actively hunting journalists and their families to kill them in like a psychotic Hunger Games style atrocity. And then on the other hand, you have journalists outside who are under a lot of pressure. I'm not trying to compare these two things at all, but they're not able to speak openly about what's happening because there's so much pressure, especially if they work at corporate outlets in the West, because there's so much pressure to be pro-Israel. You'll lose your job. There's repercussions, and possibly not be able to get another one. So I'm just curious if you can comment on these two things when it comes to the issue of journalism.
Well, first of all, we are really aching for now. There are 82 journalists, 3 of which are Lebanese. And every time we see that, I see a blue vest with blood, my whole body aches because this is our vest. We are journalists and this is us. I cannot differentiate between me and any colleague that is being slaughtered like that. I cannot forget this kind of pain as long as I live, because this is like, what did we do wrong? What did they do wrong? They are the actual truth. You are killing the truth. So I just needed to say that sentence and then move on to the other kind of journalists that are trying, and the ones in the corporate. It's a personal choice that you have to make, Rania, in life. Some people don't have the luxury to become jobless. Some people like to work in independent places like yourself. Some people stay in corporate and lead their own fights like myself. Some people stay in corporate and just stoop because they need to, and it's their own choice. It is a personal choice. I wouldn't stay one day in the BBC. I wouldn't stay not single second. I wouldn't even apply for a job in the CNN. It's shameful to work for such a place. It's shameful, I swear to God.
Hell yeah.
So that's me. I would understand. Maybe I don't have, like, some people really cannot, like, stop their lives and become jobless. I would understand them. But also some people need to, like, do sex work to live, and some people do cleaning work to live. These are personal choices. I would rather die starving without a job, me and my 20 kids if I had, and not work for someone who thinks it's okay to kill me. Because if this is equivalent to working for your killer, it's the same. You know, and I think we have discussed previously, and I've showed you the discussions that I make. I try to discuss every single, I do not come on air and say something that I don't believe in. Not for money, not for status, not for anything. But maybe if I had a sibling or a parent that is sick and needed the money, I don't know. I cannot put myself in other people's shoes.
Yeah. I want to also ask you about the issue of the Arab countries. If you enjoyed this episode and want to hear the rest, you can access it by becoming a Breakthrough News member at Patreon.
That was great stuff. Gadi Francis. Really, really fantastic. Love the frankness of that conversation, which like believe Old Dutch was pointing out, you're just not going to see. You're not going to see in the West. And like, not only, I loved her, like her fervent opposition to even working for any of these networks. We understand as well that even if she wanted to, she wouldn't be hired, because that gets into the whole like Chomsky thing, right? If you believed anything different, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting. They don't hire people like that who are going to express these kinds of opinions. That was really fantastic, though, and please make sure you give that video a like and subscribe to Breakthrough News content and support them if you can. They really do fantastic work talking about this and other subjects that has really helped me and a lot of people in this community over the last couple of years that we've been doing this stream here. Please make sure you support them. Actual productive convo, no hand-holding, no time wasted condemning Hamas. Exactly, yeah. Oh, the video is private? I might have started playing it before they privated the video. Maybe they, because there was that bit in the midway through when they had to, there was like an edit that was still in the video, so maybe they privated it and then they're going to re-upload or something. But I don't know. In any case, though, just go to find Breakthrough News and support them, please. Wow, a 25 streak in our favorite Twitch feature, Stream Streak. Very cool. Very, very cool. It's all happening. So, Camila Escalante is coming on the show in like 18 minutes. Did I just say that? I've already lost track of everything that I'm saying. I'm very tired. I'm very tired. She's coming on the show in 18 minutes. I'm just trying to think of like a title for this segment.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
OnlyFacts, thanks so much for 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you, OnlyFacts. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's fantastic. So yeah, I'm just wondering what I should call this segment. So we're talking about Canada, we're talking about Latin America, we're talking about Venezuela and Guyana. Is it just talking to Camila Escalante? Is that the name of this segment? I don't know. I'm not so sure. A few moments to think about it. Excuse me, just eating a little cookie there. Rob Slub Shack is a little old place where... Wow. Okay. So 16 minutes before we get to that. Then I'm going to have to end after that because I am tired. I am very tired. I just said that too. I'm just repeating myself now. My brain has already turned to mush. This is a great time for me to do a interview with a serious journalist. I can barely think. I've not been gooning. Okay, that's not true. That is not true. That's in fact slanderous. That's a slanderous accusation, which that's legally actionable. Those kinds of comments, those kinds of accusations, those are legally actionable. Libelous. Thank you, OnlyFacts. It's both uncouth and libelous. Orb lady hiding behind her American privilege again, threatening me with armed weapons. What? Okay. Not going so well. Orb lady is the Hague Invasion Act to defend her. Those are the weapons that you really want to avoid, the armed weapons. Those are the ones you want to avoid. Can things be couth? If things can be uncouth, they should be able to be couth. I agree. I've never heard that, though, before. Like when a gun has a knife on it. Oh, thank you. That was very couth, what you just said. I appreciate your couthness. Thank you, Nick Sauce. I'm often saying that Nick Sauce is one of my most couth friends. It's all couth in the gang. Okay. Death cab for Kuthi. Okay. To be fair, I couldn't live in Canada and not be gooning all winter when it's sunny for like 3 hours or whatever. Well, it sounds like it's something we've been talking about often on this show lately, which is that every accusation is a confession, isn't it? Very interesting. Oh. I was happy about that. That's true. Yeah, I was. I absolutely was. I accuse Rob of being a closeted cat boy. I mean, at this point, I've been wearing cat ears multiple days in a row for money. Like, it's not even closeted at this point. It's just like that's just what I am now. That's just what I'm about. For money, and it's the only reason that I was doing that. It's the only reason. It's the only reason that I was doing that. And mark my words, I will never wear a maid outfit, okay? For you or anyone, chat. Let's get some more cat ears going. I already filled up my cat ear quota today, I think. I already went cat boy mode enough. Cat maid? Oh my. No. No. Jesus. I'm not getting a cat boy tree. That's not happening, okay? I can indulge some of the weird freaks in this chat a little bit, but like we're not. There has to be a limit. Gooning cat play. Okay, Jesus Christ, this has gone off the rails here. This has gone off the rails. I have more Navi. I would like to get some Navi ears. That is true. I would like to get some Navi ears. You have an Avatar-themed Christmas tree? No, but I do plan on observing one of my new holiday rituals that I've initiated, which is watching the film Avatar in the holiday time. Avatar. Maybe you do an Avatar Way of Water double feature. It's a story of redemption, resurrection, family. It's the perfect holiday film for the whole family. Back-to-back Avatar and Die Hard for Christmas. I'll definitely be watching Die Hard as well. I'm just setting up my Zoom here. Hopefully I can do something with this interview. I really was very flaky with this interview and scheduling it with Camilla, so hopefully I can make it through this. I kind of think I know what I'm going to do. How much for you to put on the cat ears and drink milk from a saucer? That's not. There's no amount of subs that would let me to do that today. There's no amount of subs today that I could get that would allow me to do that. I mean, if there's certain things in the future, we can talk about that. But like, no. No. Bad chat. It's enough. That's right. I don't have my hitting stick right now, but I'll get it, chat. Believe me, I'll get it. I'll get out my hitting stick if it comes down to it. I don't want to, but I will. Okay. I think this conversation is just too widespread. I think it's just got to be talking to. I think it's just going to be talking to Camila Escalante. I think that's got to be the title. I think that's what we're doing. We're going to cover a lot of bases here, I think. Someone suggested Canada in the world, which is a good idea, but like, we're not really. Yeah, we're switching gears to be a hard-hitting news program again now. No talking about cat people when I'm talking to a serious journalist, please. It's enough. No more frivolity, thank you. Oh, okay. I think I have a way into this discussion of talking about the Canada UN thing, and then we can see how it goes. We can see how it goes from there. Tell us we're being bad. No, you're being sick. You're being sickos. You're all being sickos. Don't make me do this, okay? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. But I will. I don't want to do this, but I will, okay? I'm trying to do serious journalism here. It's enough. I didn't want to do that. That hurt me more than it hurt you. Okay? That hurt me more than it hurt you. Now I'm trying to do some serious journalism, so let's knock it off. Knock it off. How tall are you? Connor, Timmy, I'm like a little under 6 foot, I guess. I'm really 5'11", 5'10" or so. It's for back scritching and it's also for hitting people. If necessary. Scratch me, Rob. I'm itchy. See, I can be nice too. I can be nice too. There. See? What is this? What the hell is this? What is that in French measuring? Well, I actually don't know how how tall I am in like the metric system. This is love bombing. I genuinely don't know how many like meters tall I am. I have no idea. I wonder if she's been watching this entire time. Yeah. So, you know what? On second thought, I can't make it. Something just came up. Something just came up, and I can't make it now. Sorry, I thought that we were doing like a serious conversation, but you're talking about being a cat boy, and you're love bombing your chat and giving them little scritches and whacking them with the hitting stick. What about this title? Where's the... No, it's too much. No. Okay. Because we're talking about Gaza and the Middle East and stuff like that, so no. Okay, never mind. Escatlante. Oh my gosh. Catmilla Escatlante. Please stop this. Okay? Please. Oh my gosh. What is the world coming to? I don't know. Canadian international relations. No, it's just one L. It's just one L on Camilla. I did check that. I did check that out myself. I'm just going to quickly before Camilla gets here, just turn on one of the lights in my room here because it's getting a little dark. Just gonna put those on. I don't know if it makes any difference to the actual video quality. I don't know. Just one sec. Is that what's causing that flicker? Did that flicker go on? Did that go on more? Did the flickering increase when I turned on that light? Oh, shit. Oh, my. Okay. Well, that makes sense. It's like the LED bulb or whatever. Yeah, it's those LED bulbs. I think we found the answer about where this flickering is coming from. Do you notice, by the way, I turned off the shifting bisexual lighting as well? I turned off the shifting bisexual lighting. It's just blue. It's just blue now. What I think I'm going to do is, you can lower shutter speed, but I think that's going to affect the video quality. What I think I'm going to do is get some more fancy smart lights in the rest of the room as well, so I can go full spaceship mode. Blue no matter who, that's exactly right. That's exactly why I wanted to do that. Correct. You are correct, sir. Get one of those circle lights. I do have one. You can see it in my glasses right there. See? It's over on this direction. It's not going right into my face, so I don't have the shiny eyeballs. And then I got you can see the other one. I got a soft light there. And you can kind of see the window that I get looking out of. Okay, that's actually good to know, though. That flickering was driving me crazy, and now I kind of understand. Now I know what I must do. Now I know what I must do. It's tricky to light for glasses. That's true, Dave. And when I don't wear the glasses, it freaks everyone out. Even though I don't ever wear... sometimes I do wear these glasses to go out just to look cool. But these are placebo glasses. They're blue light glasses. I don't actually need them to see. Like, I could just be doing the stream like this. But now it looks weird, doesn't it? Doesn't it look weird? But this is how I normally look. This is literally how I look like 99% of the time. Right? I know. I know it looks wrong. It's like, even for me. Like when I look in the mirror and I just look like myself, I look normal. But then when I did that just now, I'm just like, gah! Does I have a sunglasses tan from staring at the screen? No, I think that's just my complexion. It is more distinguished with the glasses. That's how you know I'm a serious journalist, Pinot Noir superstar. Because of the glasses. And the cat ears. Camilla should just be joining the show in just a sec. I got a thumbs up from her on Twitter just a moment ago, so should be joining any moment. I'm going to try and have a serious conversation after all this nonsense. Now everyone pipe down. I'm turning off the alerts. Everyone pipe down out there. Stop being weird. Especially Orb Lady. The ringleader. The ringleader of the freaks and weirdos. Getting the chat all riled up. She's obviously looking for her matching cat ears. That's right. Yeah. Rob wears glasses only on stream so nobody guesses his secret identity in real life. Exactly. I'm just completely... it's like Clark Kent and Superman. But like the reverse. Orb is an anagram of Rob. The Rob Lady. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. I'm questioning everything now. I do have another like light tube thing that I could put back here somewhere. Could put it here. I would like to get a little bit more in the backlighting situation. What if I'm just Rob pretending to be a chatter? How would I even do that? That would be so difficult to do. What's behind us? That's my lamp there. I got a little lamp with the blue light there. It's funny you say just have another account and type in chat. I'm thinking to myself like, that's not what I'm doing now, but like maybe it is something that I should consider. If you see this new mysterious chatter show up being like, I agree, Rob. Don't let these weirdos in the chat get you down. What a great point. And just like being super supportive all the time, unlike the real chat. Abusive, hurtful. Mocking me. I don't care that you made a verbal... You know what, Rob? I understand. Sometimes when you talk all the time for hours every single day, sometimes you say the wrong thing, and there's nothing wrong with that, and we don't need to repeat all the wrong things that you say and clip them and meme them and talk about them years later. No, I don't think we should do that, chat. It's actually mean and hurtful. Okay, we've got Camila Escalante coming on now. No more of this now. It's enough. Hello, Camila, are you there? Oh, you're muted? You're still muted.
There we go.
Hey, awesome. Thanks so much for joining the show, Camila. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. I'm sorry I was kind of flaky about the scheduling of this interview. I got a lot going on right now and the parenting stuff that I got to do, so it was difficult to find the time.
I hear that. That's everyone. I think we're at that age where everybody has to be a full-time parent.
Yeah. It's December, so it's my kid's school is on strike, and it's Christmas coming up, and his birthday. He's a Christmas birthday guy, so tons of stuff we got to do right now.
True.
You just said you were traveling today. Where are you traveling from?
From Toronto via San Salvador. But I'm back home in Managua, Nicaragua. But I just had a bit of a layover due to a cancellation. So I should have already been here. I should have been home on the weekend.
Okay.
So it kind of like it kind of just messed up my entire week. So I didn't feel the what you say is flakiness. I think it felt like more like Avianca was trying to ruin my week.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad we could find the time and schedule it. It's great to have you back on the show. It's been a while. I guess the thing that I wanted to leading into this conversation, I wanted to ask you, Canada just yesterday, I believe, finally signed on to the UN resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. As you know, obviously, Canada has been a pretty enthusiastic supporter of Israel in general and Israel's actions over the last 2 months. And now there's been this shift. We can speculate why that is, whether it's based on pressure from activists or whatever. Do you think it's enough? Do you think this is a positive thing from Canada, or do you think it's kind of too late for Canada or any other country that's subsidized and supported the genocide in Gaza to kind of wash away that stain by now calling for a ceasefire after 2 months and all the tens of thousands of deaths and the horrors that we've seen over the last 2 months?
Well, like I said, I've been traveling, so I've yet to see all of the sort of responses to this over the last day. But clearly it is the result of all of the protests and mobilization that have taken place here in Canada and elsewhere, or not here in Canada. I'm not in Canada anymore, but throughout Canada, certainly throughout its major cities, all of those actions that were taken against all of those companies that, for example, provide components for weapon systems to be traded to Israel or to be sent to United States to then be traded to Israel. And, all of that pressure really has amounted to something, and it's amounted to something in the United States as well. I think that obviously this is not just an Israeli executed Holocaust of Palestinians in Gaza. It's actually something that's being committed by the United States. The United States needs its military power. It needs its colonial power there. And that's what Israel is. It's really not just US backed, but Israel is the US. It is in all senses, just like every war we see, the US is not just lending military support. It's not just lending arms. It's not just lending or providing resources and providing huge amounts of funding, but it really is just operating through this entity in order to carry out this genocide and control that region. But obviously, all of this that's taking place, all the small, tiny concessions, which I don't think are very meaningful. Obviously, like you said, it may be a little bit too little, too late, but it is the result of all of that pressure from those Palestinian activists, those Palestinian groups in Canada. I'm not sure if you had a chance to talk to them, but there are some huge ones, and obviously in the major cities in Ottawa. I think you're in Montreal. Is that
Yeah,
is that
that's
the case?
right.
And of course, in Toronto, it goes without saying, but Palestinian Youth Movement, Toronto for Palestine, Labor for Palestine, and many other groups. They've been organizing pretty much nonstop, even though a lot of those people are young people, they're students, they're grad students, they're professors. They've had to really juggle a lot of different things to be able to organize and put this pressure not only on the government, but on the media and on these corporations and companies like Indigo. And so I think that's what we're seeing now, that the lie is just too big to cover up. There's really no hiding what's taking place, even though the media, particularly Canada's media, not just the CBC Radio, but also all those other corporate media outlets have been lying. But people are seeing what's really going on, despite all the social media censorship and all of the attempts to silence activists through the intimidation, through the different tactics of trying to arrest people. They carried out those raids in Toronto against those activists who protested Indigo, and obviously they tried to the Toronto police and authorities have tried to label some of these actions as hate crimes when they're certainly not hate crimes. They're protests against a genocide and a Holocaust that has now killed 20,000 people plus. And so people aren't intimidated. They're continuing to pressure the government to step away from its overt support of this. Obviously it's the narrative is changing, but unfortunately Canada's hoping that it's all going to just blow over and that the protests are going to just abruptly stop. A lot of times protest movements do come to, they are quelled and they do come to a stop, but these are people's families and people are seeing what's going on. It's absolutely horrific and gruesome and it's an atrocity, and people are, they're seeing what's really going on. We're hearing what's going on the ground against journalists, against obviously babies, children, and people are very sympathetic to the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian resistance and their right to defend themselves by any means necessary.
Yeah, you raised an interesting point and something that I think is really important to talk about. Often when, especially these like right-wing sort of white supremacists or neo-Nazis talk about the relationship with Israel and America or Israel and Canada, they frame it as Israel controlling the United States and the United States government, and rather than the other way around. There is kind of a conversation about like the Israel lobby and how that functions to influence policy in the US and Canada. But you raised an important point that I think is always really good to continue focusing on, which is kind of like a colonial outpost of the West in the Middle East. Although one thing that I do find a little bit interesting, though, is that the ways that like these liberal administrations, with both the Biden administration and the Trudeau administration, have tried to kind of use their kind of liberal progressive rhetoric to sort of whitewash the genocide that Israel's committing right now. And it almost seems like there is a sense of frustration that they've a little bit lost control of this settler colony that's basically a Western sort of attack dog in the Middle East. And it seems like as much as we're trying to give this kind of a veneer of civility or talking about Israel's, their precision targeted strikes and their efforts to avoid civilian casualties, but their actual actions have shown none of that. And it seems like as much as people like Anthony Blinken, for example, talk about, we've sternly reminded them to avoid civilian casualties. It doesn't seem that they're actually. It seems like they're taking this kind of advice with just basically treating with total contempt, and continuing to just engage in just the absolute most barbaric horrors that a lot of us have ever seen. Do you get that sense at all that like as much as it is a sort of colonial outpost of the West, it is kind of like becoming more and more difficult to control, like even from the United States government?
I think that they're realizing that it is a little bit becoming a bit chaotic because they've lost control of the narrative. They've depended solely on drowning us in a sea of lies and propaganda. They've relied on psychological warfare. This is all psyops. That's all that Israel does, is run psyops. And that's pretty much what the US does anyways, all of the time. That's why our media is completely just full of complete lies and fabricated news, manufactured news about all countries and all parts of the world, and like the geopolitical situation in general and all conflicts. It's completely false. And, you know, people who work for the mainstream media are participants in that, even those who try to speak out in one sense or another. And so now they're seeing that people aren't buying into it. So they're trying to find a way to crawl out of it. But it's, I think it's too late for them. People are getting a little bit of a sense of how the media works and how the U.S. government works. You know, the U.S. government has gone to the podium, as you said, Anthony Blinken, also the State Department spokesperson, and also the White House spokesperson. They've gone to the podium and you know, evaded all sorts of questions from those accredited correspondents and reporters who shoot them extremely simple questions to ask. So they're just prepared with a bunch of lies. And but I think they're seeing now that it's not going to be able to sustain this. And so they're relying pretty heavily on people believing that Israel is somehow separate from the West, particularly from the US and from the other EU, NATO countries that support its colonialist project. But it's not separate. I mean, that sort of Western hegemony is what you know, is what backs all of the worst and cruelest wars and conflicts and dispossession and displacement and exploitation in our world. So I think people are becoming more aware of that. It's going to be very difficult for them to distance themselves. And so, you know, the polls show what, you know, people have probably seen circulating on social media, which is that this has been incredibly damaging to Joe Biden and his attempt to run for another term. And similarly, it's been incredibly damaging, catastrophic for Justin Trudeau. And in the case of Biden, they're going to have to swap him out if they want a fighting chance at even, you know, having a chance against Trump or whoever the Republican contender is. And in Canada, the Conservatives are simply going to win the next election. It seems really difficult. They would need a lot of support from some other, I don't know, like fairy godmothers to come support the Liberal Party for them to be able to take power, because everyone just absolutely hates them. It's not just Arab Americans or Arab Canadians who are coming out against these governments. It's all sorts of different groups. We've seen like other, you know, groups from South Asian groups. It's not like there's like a group of Latin American Canadians that's going to come out that has a front, that has some sort of like a big political group that's saying that we're no longer going to support liberals. But lots of people from different, you know, groups of society are going to remember this the next time we head to any electoral process.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the possibility of Joe Biden getting swapped out before the next presidential election, which is why I'm still with her, and I support Hillary Clinton stepping in to run in 2024, the rematch that we all deserve to see. That's my preferred outcome of that. But I think Trudeau is an interesting example too. I've always kind of felt like if we do approach another election here in Canada where it seems like the writing is on the wall for the Liberal Party, which kind of, like you pointed out, seems to be the case right now. Do you think Trudeau will even run in this next election? I've always got the sense that he would gracefully, escape into the sunset rather than run and lose to someone like Pierre Poilievre. Do you think that's the case? Do you think Trudeau is going to be the leader of the Liberal Party going into the next election, or do you think he'll try to pass the buck onto someone like Mélanie Joly or Chrystia Freeland or someone else to take the loss for him?
I agree that it seems like it would make the most sense for him to pass the baton. But these other people that you've mentioned are so deeply unpopular. As we've seen, you know, they've been memed. Mélanie Joly, I don't know, maybe you guys know about her because she's Quebecois, but most people wouldn't know about her around the world prior to all of the Ukraine madness. And so she's not really anyone too important. And she looks really embarrassing in what she's doing right now. Sending billions of dollars to Nazis in Ukraine, and now defending this genocide. And then Chrystia Freeland is absolutely hated for, you know, all of her well, she's done the same things, but more. She also had that leading role in the Lima cartel, trying to overthrow the democratically elected government of Venezuela. And, it's very obvious that although she wears the pants in this government, she also gets all of her directives from the United States. And it's really embarrassing for Canada to not have its own independent foreign policy. But I'm not sure Canadians are going to be too concerned with that, because they're going to be voting for conservatives who don't have their own independent foreign policy also. And they're also probably going to, represent some sort of continuation of the same policies we've seen under Trudeau and Harper before that. So I don't think we're going to see much of a change. I'm not really sure who the other contenders are. I'm not too aware of who the heavy hitters. Would it be Bob Rae? I mean, I honestly don't know who are like the most well-known and supposedly liked people of the Liberal Party right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned something that I think is important to touch on, which is that, Canada, and this is something that I've often tried to talk about in the work that I do, I know you do as well, the reality of how Canada operates in the world versus the image that we try to project out of this very open, liberal, democracy, and we support all these values of human rights and freedom of the press and sovereignty and all this stuff. You mentioned like our full support for the Ukraine madness, as you put it, and the role that we've played there, which really culminated in this international debacle when we had the Canadian government giving a standing ovation to an actual Nazi in our parliament, which I think says all you really need to know about what our values are in that respect. But now you have our full backing of Israel as they're engaging in this kind of like horrific atrocities over the last month. And like I said, we can call for a ceasefire now 2 months later, after 20,000 people have been massacred. I don't think that gives us a whole lot of credibility to save this kind of image that we project out into the world. And it's not just about Canada in general; it's about the West, and like these are Western values that we love to lecture countries all over the world about. Do you think what has been happening in Palestine for the last 2 months has been kind of a death blow to these so-called Western values that we like to talk about? Like, do you think anyone is ever going to take anyone in Canada or the United States seriously, or the UK or wherever, when we start bringing out our kind of like colonial mentality, finger wagging lectures to any other country after the kind of barbarism that we've subsidized in the last 2 months? I don't think we ever really had a lot of credibility, but it seems to me we've reached a little bit of a breaking point where we really can no longer credibly make these kind of arguments about our supposed values, because it's been exposed to people around the world, but also people in our own society who have been witnessing this brutal violence and are horrified by it. Do you think it's been a death blow to Western values?
I wish it were, but it's not. I think that this is going to sustain for a very long time. People have proven that they have no memory. They have no ability to recollect any of the crimes that the West has committed against the developing world, the global South. And, I think what it has done is kind of, strengthen people's own personal conviction that, those people who had their eyes open or who were looking around and trying to figure out what was going on, maybe they've seen some more clues, whether it's because, people in Canada have been brought in as foreign students and they weren't able to get all of the status and rights that they needed to be able to sustain themselves there. They're being deported in really large numbers by the Trudeau regime. We've seen Canada have just an absolutely another debacle or another weird exchange with India and with other countries. It's been really embarrassing. When the Parliament stood up and honored and applauded, gave a standing ovation to that Nazi, they received all of those letters of protest, not only from Russia, but also from Poland and also from Belarus. And a lot of other politicians and a lot of other people and countries and governments had something to say about it. So it was deeply embarrassing. But I think people are willing to forget that. Another thing is that Canada is really at the forefront, and it's trying to be and has acted in some way as the US's attack dog against not only Russia, but China and Iran. It really wants to start a war with Iran and China as well. In the case of Iran, Ottawa has been at the forefront of these campaigns, purporting to be some sort of feminist government, some sort of government that cares about women's rights. A government that cares about women's rights does not impose death sanctions on people, to starve people, millions of people in almost 36 countries, many of which are illegal sanctions and are unilateral. They're sanctions that are only imposed on those countries, and those countries aren't imposing any sanctions on Canada, nor do they really have much of an ability to. The only countries that are very large with huge economies that are sanctions are really China and Russia. The others are small developing countries of the global south that have had a lot of barriers to development because of the history of colonialism and now imperialism. And so, Canada is not only imposing those sanctions and making it very difficult for people in those countries to access vital medicines and technologies, to develop different sectors, and to import food in many cases, but they're also slandering those countries and trying to say that those governments are violating the human rights of people, that they're suppressing free speech and the rights to carry out journalism and to report on what's going on in those countries. I mean, that's absolutely the case in Canada. In Canada, nobody is telling the truth about what's going on in Gaza, so long as they're not even allowed to say the word Palestine on broadcast television or on radio. In many cases, they're not allowed to talk about a ceasefire throughout these 2 months. And so, in addition to many other different ways of both censorship in the sense of government censorship, but also in corporate censorship that's been going on the different social media platforms that are all controlled by a small number of corporations. And so Canada is not a free country. However, they're able to speak very freely about these different governments, and specifically the government of Iran. They've gone systematically, Canada has gone around talking about repression of journalists and stuff like that in countries of Latin America. They carry out an entire campaign with the OAS, the Organization of American States, to try to say this, that, and the other about the suppression of free speech, about the suppression of civil society organizations in countries like Venezuela, Cuba, or not Cuba in the case of Canada. They actually have a good relationship, but they say those things about Nicaragua and about Venezuela. They issue statements of concern. And they go around saying this about countries of Africa and Asia as well. They really shouldn't be worried about what's going on in those countries. They should be worried about the increased poverty in Canada. They should be worried about the well-being of the Indigenous people in Canada, the Indigenous people of that land, and of course, all of the people who are without homes, especially now that it's the dead of the winter and it's very difficult to be outside. There are people who rely on shelters, and obviously people are living in the most precarious ways possible, and people have full-time jobs, sometimes more than one job, and they're not able to afford a dignified housing because of the cost of living that continues to rise. And people who are from or have some sort of connection to a country in the global south oftentimes now are talking about returning to their country, whether it's the Philippines, whether it's India, or any other country. They say they came to Canada with some sort of an idea, or their parents brought them to Canada with some sort of an idea of the economic opportunity that it was going to offer them. But the cost of living is so high that as a professional and as someone with a bachelor's degree or whatever, they might as well return home and try to make it work there, because it's not really worth it given all of the different economic difficulties they're facing in Canada, and other things too. The infrastructure just sucks. Public transit sucks. I'm not sure how you would grade the public transit in Montreal, but certainly in Toronto, it's really bad. It's
probably
pathetic.
as good here as it is anywhere, but that's an outlier, I would say.
Yeah, even just compared to
and it's being cut.
Western Europe, it's absolutely atrocious. Those sorts of services. As far as a developing, wealthy nation goes, Canada has very faulty services in the area of health, obviously, if you don't have a family doctor, and all sorts of other things, and lagging behind in education. And obviously, people who are born in Canada usually only speak one language. That's different from other parts of the world. So, I mean, we're kind of in the Stone Age, particularly compared to China and other parts of Asia, in terms of technology, in terms of development in the future, because right now, Toronto and Canada, the way things are basically how they were 15, 20 years ago. Things really haven't advanced. We're literally living in the Stone Age, except we're supposed to be a wealthy country, a developed country, but things are literally exactly the same as they always have been. So that's really pathetic. So maybe people are beginning to pick up on those sorts of things. But I think there's a huge set of people who also look at Canada as some sort of democracy because of all of the propaganda about what a democracy is, what human rights are, and this idea that Canada has it, but other parts of the world don't have it. I mean, that's absolutely not true. And especially this framing of Canada as some sort of pro-woman feminist democracy is absolutely ridiculous when you look at the actual figures of women in politics in Latin America, which is leading the world. Certainly Cuba, Nicaragua, and also at some point Mexico, at some point Bolivia, have been leading the world in parliamentary representation and in other statistics. So, I don't think Canada is a leader in anything except warmongering, conflict. It's a leader in global mining and being the headquarters of transnational corporations that carry out exploitative, extraction in the global south, and they take and loot those resources and all of their worth, and they take it away from the country. The people in those countries don't benefit. And so they're leaders in transnational, international crime, but not much else. But I only think that some part of the population in Canada and the world are seeing that. I think other people still see it as some sort of a beacon and some sort of a better version of the United States. And that's completely absurd. Unfortunately, I think it's going to take a little bit more for people to really see Canada for what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a whole lot to pick up on there. I mean, okay. So a couple things, like you mentioned, like Canada's, especially the Trudeau administration's, like insistence on like the herstory or whatever, the using women's rights and suggesting that it's some kind of like feminist proponent around the world, which is absurd and ridiculous, as you pointed out. It doesn't help women in Iran or Afghanistan to sanction these nations or invade them in the terms of Afghanistan. You mentioned Nicaragua as well, or excuse me, and it also certainly doesn't help Palestinian women to drop thousands of bombs on them and murder them. That's not something that's healthy or good for women's rights, as much as women's rights and sexual violence in this case has been kind of weaponized to justify murder, which is affecting thousands of women in Gaza. So it's absolutely ridiculous. You also mentioned, freedom of the press, and I because you mentioned you're located in Nicaragua, and I've always been fascinated with that because I think that's been a sort of flashpoint with what the U.S. government especially has talked about, or the Ortega administration and their kind of like refusal to allow these kind of Western-backed media organizations to operate with total impunity. And that gets framed as, that's a simplified version of what's been going on, but that's often framed as being this egregious assault on Western values and freedom of the press and all this stuff. And then again, we see Israel right now not only targeting deliberately and murdering journalists, like openly and bragging about it, but targeting and murdering their families. It's just absolutely barbaric and depraved. And it's amazing that we can talk about these values, whether it's women's rights or freedom of the press or whatever, when it comes to any of these places, and focusing specifically on Nicaragua, while our greatest ally is engaged in this kind of a criminality with our full support up until 2 months when we finally say, okay, I think enough is enough here. But yeah, I think all these are really good examples of exactly how our values don't actually really mean anything. And as you said, hopefully more people will start to wake up to that. I think people around the world are waking up to it, but there's a lot more people that in our own country that need to wake up to it. A lot of people are, like you said, are going to support the conservatives probably in the next election, and will notice eventually that all the same problems are still going to continue to exist, whether it comes to having an independent foreign policy or whether it comes to housing or climate or infrastructure or any of the other numerous problems that we're trying to deal with right now.
Yeah, I mean, Canada, just like every country of the world, including the United States and all countries of Europe, have foreign agents laws. They make it very difficult for certain foreign press outlets to operate in their countries. They make it illegal, and they quite literally go as far as to sanction these press outlets. They've sanctioned Press TV, which is the first Iranian international state media outlet in English. That's 24 hours broadcasting. And they've literally sanctioned all of the CEOs of Press TV, as well as a number of people from, I guess, the sort of the state media apparatus there, which includes lots of different state broadcasters. They've also, they've issued sanctions on all these numbers of people. But really what they're doing is trying to make it impossible for, first of all, those, as we've seen, for those media outlets, whether it be Sputnik, RT, and many others to broadcast. They're obviously already being sanctioned on platforms like YouTube and Facebook, and they've been taken off a very long list of other social media and online platforms, and they're also not available on television in Canada. So we're not able to get different perspectives besides Western perspectives, really. They've blocked Telesur, which is a multi-statal press outlet that is primarily a television network, but also a news site, and has social media, but they've blocked them from carrying out reporting on the ground in Canada and different things like that. And so they're really limiting the kind of information that Canadians have access to. At the same time, these foreign agents laws are supposed to protect the different countries and their elections and their sovereign processes from any sort of foreign meddling, in that you're not allowed to, as a representative of a foreign government, you're not allowed to give money or funnel money into an NGO, into a press outlet. You're not supposed to, you can't have Turkey paying for a major private media outlet in Canada that is propping up, one specific party, let's say the NDP. That would be absolutely absurd. But that's specifically what the West has done to the global South. And they've done that to small countries like Nicaragua. Nicaragua is a very tiny country with a very small economy, a small population. And, money goes a very long way. If you're funneling hundreds of thousands of dollars, let's say from the National Endowment for Democracy or USAID to do certain programs here and to try to gather together some anti-government activists, let's say, that money can go a very long way in a country like Nicaragua. And that's what was happening during 2018, during the terrorist attacks here, during the failed coup attempt, which tried to overthrow the democratically elected government of President Daniel Ortega. And so they carried out acts of violence. These people portrayed themselves as protesters, but they were really just attacking normal civilians, and particularly targeting people who supported the government, Sandinistas, or people who they said were Sandinistas. Some may not have been. And so, that's the sort of interference that Canada and its allies carry out in countries like Nicaragua. So a country like Nicaragua, just like Iran, China, Russia, Belarus, a lot of these countries need to have very strict laws. They are the same laws that every country of the world has, but it's very important to enforce laws on what these sorts of entities can do in your country, whether it be NGOs and nonprofits, whether it be press outlets, whether it be churches, or so-called civil society organizations, when we know that the United States, in particular, has this long history of funneling money to these different entities to try to influence the internal politics of a country, to try to support the opposition, or to try to support certain political parties or certain interests within the country. So these governments have to be very aware of where that money's going, and they have to ensure that tax filings are taking place, that this is all being that it's all being documented, and ask where that money originates from. That's extremely important because that's exactly how regime change is planned. That's how coups take place now. We don't see coups in the same way that we saw decades ago. We're not having aerial attacks or bombings in Latin America anymore. They're trying to change the politics and install their own leaders through other means. And so that's something that Canada is participating in. When they say that these countries are stifling press freedom and our right to freedom of speech and stuff like that, I mean, they don't even begin to talk about the fact that a country like Nicaragua, so small in Central America, or a country like El Salvador, we're not trying to overthrow the Canadian government. Our governments here in Central America aren't funneling money into the Green Party or into the People's Party or anything like that.
Maybe they should, but they're not.
I wish they would, but they absolutely have not. But the opposite is true. Canada is actively involved in meddling in the internal affairs of other countries. And so, you know, it's really something people need to look at when they see headlines that are completely false, that are being published on the exterior. It's no representation of the reality in these countries, particularly here in Nicaragua. It is a beautiful country. It's a safe country. It's a free country, and people live in peace. There hasn't been any violence since those Guarimba terrorists were finally stopped in mid-2018. And the country has largely returned to normal, but the government had to go through an entire process of arresting those coup actors, some of which were foreigners, and all of who were receiving payment and foreign financing to carry out those actions. I think people need to be aware that Canada is involved in that, and they're continuing now to parade around about this human rights garbage when, you know, that has absolutely no basis in reality here. Here, people are happy and they support the government even more so now that the government went and arrested those people, charged those people, and in some cases sent them packing to the United States.
Yeah, and again, it shouldn't be surprising to anyone that there would be this kind of attitude about these Western-backed regime change efforts in Nicaragua, considering the long history of Western interference there that has led to horrific violence in places like Nicaragua or El Salvador, you mentioned as well. And you know, another Latin American nation where Canada has engaged in these exact kind of regime change efforts that you were describing is Venezuela, right? Through our participation in the Lima Group, which you also mentioned, our support for Juan Guaido, our support for these like anti-government protests that we saw also around the same time that was happening in Nicaragua. And I think Venezuela is an interesting, you know, story to focus on right now, given a few things. I think there's one thing that I wanted to mention as well, which is that Venezuela, and there's a lot of countries in Latin America right now, including Colombia, the Gustavo Petro's administration in Colombia, Maduro in Venezuela, and a few other Latin American countries that have shown really, Lula in Brazil as well, that have shown really strong solidarity with Palestine at this time and have really been taking concrete steps to try and hold Israel accountable for the crimes that they're committing there right now. Whereas a lot of, you know, Western client states in the Middle East, like you could say Saudi Arabia or Jordan or the UAE or Egypt, really haven't been quite as forceful, even though sometimes they might use rhetoric, haven't really taken any concrete steps to stand in solidarity with Palestine at this time or really do anything material to hold Israel accountable. But I think the story that I wanted to also ask you about as well on that subject when it comes to Venezuela is to get a little bit into what is happening right now between Venezuela and Guyana. And I know, like, you're not the expert in Guyanese history or anything like that. We don't need to do a whole dissection of the history of colonialism there. But I was just wondering, as someone that, you know, works in and lives in Latin America and focuses on these issues a lot, I think there's a lot of kind of misinformation. There's a lot of people with all kinds of accusations about Venezuela's actions right now. And I was just wondering if you could give us a little bit of a rundown about what is happening in this region and how, you know, what has been this process in Venezuela to start talking about this. the role that these Western companies like Exxon are playing in Guyana, the role that Guyana has played in promoting Western imperialism in Latin America. Just wondering if you could give us a little rundown about this situation, and maybe, just talk to us a little bit about that, and maybe explain it so we can better understand it. So when we hear kind of accusations being hurled around by Western leftists about like Venezuelan imperialism or whatever, we might have a little bit more of a nuanced understanding of what's been happening there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people actually believe or repeat that phrase, Venezuelan imperialism. Hopefully it's only something that has come up recently online by 17-year-olds.
There's a lot of weirdos out there. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not sure that it's even that's even worth addressing, because I'd like to think that most people don't think like that. But obviously this is an issue that that has drawn a lot of attention, because there's already, from previous years, there's been this huge, wall of propaganda and disinformation campaign against Venezuela that kind of subsided because Guaido got phased out of the news cycle. But Venezuela is going to obviously be returning to the news cycle, not just because of this, but because of next year's presidential elections. And so, it's a country that has the most proven oil reserves in the world. Some people like to debate that, but the US government and Exxon and Chevron themselves, the CEOs of Exxon and Chevron, have said that on record, including this year. So it is the country with the most proven oil reserves in the world. And so this is a 150 or however long year territorial dispute and controversy. And I think that, I'm not a spokesperson for the people of the Essequibo, nor for either government. And so, my angle has always been that I have followed this for many years, and I have followed particularly the militarization of, our region of the Caribbean and Latin America through Southcom, but also through other, NATO state partners that are carrying out different drills, in the Caribbean Sea, carrying out joint drills that have been held, such as trade winds in Guyana, which has, included the militaries of, or sections of the militaries of the Netherlands, the UK, France, Canada, in some cases. And so they've been carrying out those sorts of drills. They take place in Argentina, they take place in Chile, Colombia. They've held some things in Panama and Honduras and elsewhere. And I think that, the United States is just looking right now, and has been for a very long time, and it's been denounced for many years now, at looking at ways at attacking Venezuela the way in which it has been, and using this this territorial conflict in order to really attack Venezuela once again, but more so because the United States knows that right now Guyana has the support of all of the other CARICOM countries. That's really important, because following everything that happened in the failed coup of 2019 and Guaido, and then eventually his National Assembly had to let go of power. I mean, he had his he was clenching onto power there. He didn't want to leave the kind of National Assembly that was voted in 2015. And so finally, the US admitted, and that fake parallel government, online only, of course, admitted that the whole charade was over. And so now what we saw in the years since then is that the different countries of the Caribbean community, known as CARICOM, have really been warming up to Venezuela, and they've been looking for their own, energy sources. And they have been asking for the return of the PetroCaribe program, which initiated under Hugo Chavez, which provided fuel to these countries at subsidized prices. And under Chavez, and then also under the current Chavista government, they've tried to help many Caribbean nations. These are really small countries, some of them very tiny, like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with just populations in the thousands. And they, so, you know, there's been this concerted effort to try to unite and continue some sort of integration project in the region, bringing together all of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I don't know how successful that has been. I have my criticisms of that, but right now what we're seeing is a lot of criticism by these Caribbean nations who have all sided with Guyana in the dispute, saying that that is a territory that is already occupied and in the jurisdiction of Guyana, and that's an already settled dispute, and that it's more of a land grab on the part of a neighbor, is what they're trying to say. I mean, I'm not here to settle disputes for foreign countries. And for me, I think the most important thing to look at is what the United States role is in this. I think that if these Caribbean countries and Guyana and its president, Irfan Ali, is serious about maintaining this part of the world as a zone of peace, an area that doesn't have conflict and war, then they have to ensure that it's not being patrolled by the perpetrator of all wars, the instigator of all wars, which is the United States. The United States has a large number of bases all around Latin America, particularly in Colombia, but it doesn't really need bases. So we really don't need infographics or people counting how many bases each country has necessarily to try to own those governments or anything like that. Because what has happened is that we've ceded sovereignty through other means. We have, through other different types of agreements, these governments of different countries of Latin America and the Caribbean are allowing the United States military, Southcom, to use its military bases. So they don't need their own bases. They're able to organize and run drills. They're able to send down high-ranking military leaders to train the military and police in Latin America. They are patrolling our waters. They are sending billions of dollars in helicopters and vessels and weapons and armed vehicles and just SUVs and anything else for the police and military under the guise of countering transnational criminal organization and narco trafficking, human trafficking, and climate change. Those are the sorts of things the United States says when they're coming down to Latin America and setting up all of these operations, whether it's on a formal base of theirs or not. They have a permanent presence here. And it's something that is really scary because it looks like they are positioning themselves to go to war. And we saw a number of military provocations and a lot of things were said by high-ranking government officials in the United States against Venezuela in 2019. And they said that there was a military option on the table, and they tried to provoke Venezuela from the Colombian border, from Brazil, and they also ran training exercises under Mauricio Macri in Argentina for a scenario that was set in order to invade Venezuela were it necessary. I mean, these are the sorts of things that the United States has been doing in recent years. It would be completely absurd, as I've said, for Venezuela to run $165 million warplanes around Alaska, and there's no basis for that. And it would be very strange for any of our small countries to do that. But the United States is able to do it around all of our countries and have us completely surrounded. And they're also putting out diplomatic statements and all sorts of other things. And at the same time, we know that the US works through its embassies in order to ensure the negotiations and sort of broker these deals between these governments and companies like Exxon. And so Exxon obviously has very large operations right now in Guyana in its waters. And those are, set to continue expanding, I think, through some sort of takeover. Now Chevron is also in Guyana as well. And, this is a very small country with a small population. And so those sorts of deals, when, the US government is saying that this is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world, is something that everybody is trying to grab. And I wish people weren't so trusting of the United States and its military and its companies, but they're doing it in all countries of Latin America, going in and trying to literally sell off the resources of the country. It's happening in Peru. They're, they're doing bidding in Bolivia for its lithium. They're doing the same in Argentina and Chile for their lithium and other resources. And so, that's the situation we're in. But I think that rather than frame it as some sort of dispute that every individual who discovered geopolitics 18 months ago has to get into and has to form some sort of concrete position on it, I think it would be very helpful to just look at the ways in which imperialism works and the way in which the US moves in the region and has for so long, and has a track record and basically states out loud that it's here for resources, it's here to get its energy supply, and it's here in order to facilitate those deals between those governments and its US companies. And that's what it's trying to do here. It's not looking out for the good of, whether it be indigenous people or the people of Guyana. And it's certainly nothing having to do with human rights or democracy.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really fantastic analysis. And yeah, I think that's something that everyone around the world should probably be leery of when the US comes knocking and promises to to lift living standards or grow the economy of any of these nations that have these kind of resources that they want to get their hands on. We've seen what U.S. style development has looked like. There's now decades of examples of like exactly how this works and who benefits from this process and who doesn't benefit. So that's definitely the primary, I think, contradiction that people probably should be keeping in mind when they talk about this and other similar incidents. Anyway, Camilla, that was a really fantastic analysis. I really appreciated all of that. Definitely feel a little bit more informed about this specific situation, and it was a pleasure to have you on the show again and to talk about this stuff as always. Thank you for coming on the show to talk about this with us.
Thanks, Rob. Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, same with you. I'm glad we could do this. And do you want to just let people know, what you're up to right now in terms of your journalism, where people can find your work and the journalism that you've been doing?
You can find me, I think, on Twitter is best at Camila Press. That's Camila with one L. And then I'm also on Instagram. I'm realizing that young people use Instagram, and so I should be active on there too. And that's Prensa Camila. I'm a correspondent for Press TV. I'm trying to figure out what I can cover next, because sometimes it can be really difficult with an international audience. Not everyone is interested in everything. So they're interested in the big stories. So I'm going to be in Central America for the next little while. There is a lot of really interesting stuff happening here. I forgot to mention that, tomorrow's a really important day for this Venezuela-Guyana Essequibo controversy, because it's going to be, talks will be mediated by the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ralph Gonsalves, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, between the two presidents, Nicolas Maduro and Irfan Ali. And that's because Ralph Gonsalves is currently the pro tempore president of CELAC. But next year, he's going to be handing the baton to Xiomara Castro, which is a very interesting country. And so Honduras is something I'm covering I'm following, and I hope to be covering more on the ground next year as she takes the pro tempore presidency of CELAC. And, she's facing a lot of pressures and a coup attempt there as well. And there's also a heated situation in Guatemala. So I'm going to be in Central America for as long as I can. But Twitter and Instagram.
Great. Well, I really appreciate the work that you do. Really, really informative and helpful for a lot of folks here in the West to understand these kind of geopolitical situations in Central and South America. Really valuable. I appreciate it a lot, Camilla. Thanks a lot for joining the show.
Thanks a lot, Rob.
Take care. Bye-bye. Alrighty. That was Camilla Escalante. It was wonderful. She was spitting there. Really, yeah, you did it. Thank you, Sean. I mean, the thing is, when you have someone that's knowledgeable and has a analysis about Canada and the world and neocolonialism and imperialism, it's just, you got to just get them going, and they're going to give you the good stuff. And Camilla did not disappoint. She did not disappoint. Makes me very glad to see Catboy Rob is a real professional. Okay, we're not Catboy Rob. That was a one-time thing. That was a 3-time thing. Okay, that was a 3-time thing. Catboy Rob. I know we got to the sub goal today, which is absolutely wonderful. If anyone else wants to support the work that I do on here on TRRS, please, if you can, subscribe. You got a few more minutes to do so if you want to, or if you can. I got to get going soon. This has been a long one. I have an engagement. I have an engagement to attend to now. Doing stuff. I'm out there doing stuff. I was doing stuff last night. I'm doing stuff tonight. That's right. That's what's happening. Pretty cool. So I got to go. And this has been a long one. I'm not sure if I'm going to be here tomorrow or not. I might not be able to do the stream tomorrow. I've got to pick up my kid. I've got to do some other stuff. So I don't totally know what's going to be going on. Maybe I will stream. Maybe I won't. I'll certainly try to at least do one stream in the next 2 days. We'll see how it goes. But this was good. This was a fantastic stream. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in and chatting. And thanks to some of you, anyways. Some of you. Thank you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you to some of you. Some of you, no thank you. I think you know who you are. I missed everything. Emperor's New Clothes, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. And if you did miss the interview we just did, I'll of course clip this, and I will also be releasing this as an episode of the 49th Parahell podcast. So there's going to be an audio version of this one, as well as with all of the interviews that I do in the show are now going to be collected there, which is very exciting. So that's going to do it. What else do we got here? What's going on? Do we hear 40? Is 40 a possibility? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Or were the subs on sale today? I didn't even fucking realize that. That's probably something I could have mentioned. I probably could have mentioned that subs were on sale. If that's true, I don't know. I don't even know if it is true. Singing with cat ears. I mean, in theory, I'm still doing the Soviet synth pop bit. Yes, I brought it all back. In theory, if I hit 11 subs in the next minute, which I feel is unlikely, frankly, in theory, we could talk about a possible cat song, but obviously that's not going to happen, so don't need to worry about it too much. And in fact, I'm going to find someone to raid right now. To find someone to raid.
You can count on me.
Right
have good
now.
Old Rob to talk you through all this.
Sunny Sola, thanks so much for the 3 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, Sunny Sola. Thank you. Thank you for that. Memories from Cats. I don't know them. I don't know the Cats soundtrack. enough to do that one. Like when I do karaoke, you got to do something that like you know. Maybe one day though. I don't really know Cats. I like some musicals. I missed it partially. What about 49th Parallel? I brought it back, Lodane. It's back. I brought it back. I've been putting off doing like an audio version of this show for a while, and I've been thinking about bringing back the show because I've done a bunch of conversations on this show that would have been really good 49th Parallel episodes that I just didn't do, and I realized there's like an audience out there that just wants that audio podcast version, so I brought it back. So I'm going to start, when I do interviews on here, I'm going to start throwing them on there. Thank you again, folks. Thank you, friends. It was a pleasure. It was an honor and a privilege. Thank you for watching the stream. This is a long one. It's a pretty long one today. You can skip Cats. I do still kind of want to see the movie. It just looks so insane that I kind of want to watch it. The thing with Cats is the title is also the plot summary. That's it. It's Cats. That's what it is. It's Cats. Okay, give my regards to our friends at Left Flank Vets. I don't know if it's Marcus. I think it's Marcus. I'm not sure, actually. It'll be a little surprise, I guess. So take care. Goodbye. I don't know if I'm going to be back tomorrow. We'll try to be back Friday. We'll see how it goes. I'll be in touch. Catch you on the flip side. What?